The Byzantine Economy. Angeliki Laiou. Harvard University and Cécile Morrisson. National Center of Scientific Research, Paris. Introduction 1. Natural and Human Resources 8. Land and Environment, Geography, Climate, Natural Resources, and their use 8. Maritime Conditions 13. The Human Factor 16. Intangible Resources and Institutional Environment 17. 2. The Late Antique Economy and the Shift to Medieval Structures 23. Wealth and Prosperity of the Early Byzantine Economy in the RST half of the 6th century 24. Decay, Crisis, and the Transformation of the Economy 38. 3. Restructuring. Recovery and Controlled Expansion 43. State Intervention and Economic Development 49. Primary Production 63. Secondary Production 70. Exchange and Trade 80. Monetary Developments 84. Conclusion 89. 4. The Age of Accelerated Growth 90. Demography 91. Primary Production 96. Secondary Production 115. The Urban Economy 130. Exchange 133. Monetary Developments 147. The State Recedes 155. Conclusion 164. V. Small State Economics 166. Demography 169. Primary Production 170. Secondary Production 182. The Urban Economy 195. Exchange 200. Monetary Developments 215. A weak state abandons the economy 224. 6. The Byzantine Economy as exemplar, the Byzantine and the Western medieval economies 231. Introduction. The Byzantine Empire was a state with extraordinary and enviable longevity. Formally, it may be said to have begun in 330, with the dedication of the new city of Constantinople, and to have ended in 1453. Even if one considers that the changes which occurred in the 7th century were substantive enough to signal a new era, that is still a period of 800 years. Certainly, society underwent considerable and continuous change over the centuries, and so did institutions. So, too, did the economy, which lay at the foundation of the society and the state. Neither the great wealth of 10th or 12th century Byzantium, which so impressed Western European travelers and even Arab witnesses, nor the progressive impoverishment of the late period can be properly gauged without a deep understanding of how the economy developed. It should not be necessary to justify the need to study the economy of the Byzantine Empire. The economic history of the Western Middle Ages is a well-established discipline, with a long pedigree and numerous practitioners of remarkable scholarship. The Byzantine state was an important and, for a long time, a highly developed part of Europe, yet its economy is only very rarely incorporated into studies of the Middle Ages, and as a discipline it has developed only over the last few decades. In part, this is due to the relative dearth of source materials. We do not have the documentation available to Western medievalists, especially for the study of the urban economy and exchange. We do not have price series, although we do have price information. The archaeological record is mixed. The problem of sources, however, no longer looks as forbidding as it did in the past. Scholars have exploited known but underused sources such as saints' lives. The archaeological evidence is mounting, both for the countryside and for the cities, and archaeologists are paying more attention to humble objects such as pottery, glass, and metalwork. Coins have been made to speak louder than ever by being subjected to scientific analysis. The evidentiary base for the economic history of Byzantium looks much larger now than it did 100 years ago. Another reason for the underdevelopment, or, better, the skewed development of the economic history of Byzantium has to do with perceptions. The Byzantine state was powerful indeed, and had important functions in the economy, starting with skull policy. Most of the most obvious sources are skull. The state thus laid a trap for historians, who fell willingly into it. Since the 19th century and the work of Russian scholars, the main object of study has been the skull system and the basis on which it rested, that is, the agrarian economy. The study of the urban economy, trade, and everything else economic is a much more recent development. Another assumption, that the Byzantines generally, and the emperor and the officials particularly, had no interest in the economy and no understanding of its basic functions, has had a much longer life, indeed has been reaffirmed by one of the most eminent Byzantinists. To some extent this argument stems from the idea that it was impossible for people in the ancient or medieval world to have had an awareness of the economy and of basic economic behavior. For Byzantium, this is belied by the ideas expressed by historians, commentators on Aristotle and legal commentators, an excellent description of how the market functions in oligopolistic conditions, and of the effect of grain price fluctuations on prices and wages is offered by Michael Ataliates in the late 11th century. 3. More generally, one might point at the famous Chinese text of the RST century BC, the debate on salt and iron, a text imbued with Confucian values where, nonetheless, economic arguments are advanced on both sides of the debate, although they are not necessarily arguments that a modern economist would make. They show a real concern with practical economics. For the idea that the Byzantines had little interest in economic behavior has led, as a corollary, to a perhaps exaggerated interest in the actions of the state, primarily its fiscal policy, and a very underdeveloped interest in the behavior of other economic actors. Much of this has been changing over the last years or so, as new and old sources are exploited and as ideological or conceptual constraints are, much more slowly, evolving. A few important landmarks deserve special mention. A.P. Caugeon and Clive Foss were among the RST scholars to establish the fact of an urban decline in the 7th century, and the effects that had on Byzantine society. 5. This is now generally accepted, as is the rehabilitation of the 11th and 12th centuries as a period of economic growth despite territorial contraction. A.P. Caugeon, M. Hendy, P. Lemerla and C. Morrison were among the pioneers who escaped the iron hand of the preconception that political reverses necessarily mean economic failure, and recognized the signs of true economic growth in these centuries. 6. Alan Harvey's important book, published in 1989, was a major contribution in the development of this new position. 7. It is not an exaggeration to say that over the last few decades a new agrarian history is being written, along with a new understanding of the economic role of the state. Michel Kaplan has studied both the economy and the society of the Byzantine countryside, and made extensive use of hagiographic sources, among others. Jacques Lefort has combined a profound knowledge of documentary sources with knowledge of the topography of Macedonia and Bithynia in particular, to reach novel conclusions about settlement, land use, and the production and productivity of Byzantine peasants. In the process, the economic, as opposed to the social, dimensions of the small independent peasant land holding and of the large estate have been placed in a new light. 8. The study of demography has also progressed significantly, so that the term no longer denotes, as it did until the 1970s, the study of the ethnic composition of the empire. As for the state, the economic effect, if not always the intent, of government actions has been underlined by the late Nicholas Oikonomides, among others. 9. Where the economy of exchange is concerned, there has been something of a revolution. Nicholas Oikonomides and Angeliki Laiou, working independently, established the existence of Byzantine merchants in the late period, and noted the constraints on their activities. 10. Oikonomides stressed the importance of the provincial merchant. David Jacobi's numerous studies have done a great deal to solidify and expand our knowledge of Byzantine trade, which now looks much more active and interesting than in the past. 11. The study of the urban economy has not yet seen such notable developments, because of the nature of the evidence. The work of Charalombos Bouras is an important contribution. 12. Despite these advances, a comprehensive and general history of the Byzantine economy was long in coming. 2 works, published in the late 1980s, deal at greater or shorter length with important aspects of the Byzantine economy over time. 13. It is fair to say, however, that the RST work devoted exclusively to the history of the Byzantine economy and its development from the 7th through the 15th centuries was a 3-volume collective work published very recently. 14. Since both authors of the present book were very closely involved with that publication, it would be inelegant for us to sing its praises here. However, we must clarify what the connections are between the volume at hand and the earlier work. The present volume was not conceived as either a summary or an abridged version of the economic history of Byzantium. Certainly, we have made use of this work, which in many areas represented and was based on the most recent research as it existed in the late 1990s. The reader will appreciate the degree to which we are indebted to the earlier publication simply by looking at the footnotes. However, this book has been written anew. The intended audience is different, and there are also substantive differences. Archaeological discoveries have made it possible to introduce nuances in agrarian history, and to rewrite, to some extent, the history of the urban economy. Both authors have engaged in new research, and recent bibliography has sometimes changed our interpretations. Some topics have become focal points, such as the productive role of cities. The material has been organized along chronological lines. This traditional organization in fact makes possible the linkage between production, distribution, and demand, a great desideratum of medieval economic history generally. 15. Of course, given the format of the Cambridge Medieval Textbook Series, a great deal of material could not be incorporated, so that the earlier publication retains its importance. On the other hand, the present publication, the work of close collaboration between the two authors, is more cohesive and presents a clearer viewpoint than is possible in a collective work. We consider that the Dumbarton Oaks publication attained the maximum of cohesion and coherence to which such a work may aspire. But that is always less than can be achieved in a book with one or two authors. Two further points should be made. The RST is that the chronological division, adopted for its merits, also has disadvantages. Economic processes are slow and their maturation may be, and in this case is, reached at different points in time. A chronological division that works well for the agrarian economy may not be meaningful in terms of the urban economy, and vice versa. We certainly think that all economic sectors followed similar trajectories, but the point of substantive change may differ. Therefore, the periodization must not be taken as having precise and universal significance. In the text, we have indicated the nuances that must be brought to the chronological schema. The second point has to do with our approach to economic history. There have been, and there still are, important debates as to the possibility of studying the economic history of any ancient or medieval society, the opponents of such a notion arguing that in these societies the economic is embedded in the political, and the economy has no independent existence, therefore, modern economic concepts and rules cannot be applied. The debate is sometimes said to be between those who see the past as same, and those who see it as other. It affects primarily the distribution of commodities, and the role played by economic and non-economic factors. It has been a fruitful debate, which has enriched our understanding of the past. For our part, we consider, with Claude Nicolet, that societies of the past were different from our own, but were not from another planet. 16. We have given due weight to the role of the state that was clearly not always motivated by economic concerns. We have taken into account non-economic exchange to the degree possible. It is not possible to estimate the extent and effect of almsgiving, for example, but gift exchange, especially with Arab rulers, is well documented. However, we also believe that it is important to recognize both the existence of redistributive and non-economic factors, and also that of economic exchange that follows the rules of the market. We think that there are areas of the Byzantine economy where the laws of economics have high explanatory value. We further think that when one approaches production and distribution in tandem, and not as separate processes, the sharpness of the debate is reduced, and demand, an economic mechanism, plays a primary role. 17. We have also consciously elected not to engage here in the discussion regarding the mode of production prevalent in Byzantium. In the hands of such scholars as Chris Wickham and John Halden, this has been an interesting and important discussion. To the degree that it centers around the role of the state, we have taken account of the different opinions, to the extent possible in a short book such as this. We have preferred, however, to give what seems to us due weight to the behavior of various actors in the economic process, the state very much included, and hope that we have shed new light on some of them. Perhaps the theoretical discussion will be somewhat affected by this. We note with interest that the scholar who has made the most powerful argument about the Byzantine Empire being a tributary state has, in a recent work, given an analysis that does not seem to depend on this concept, as is indicated by the choice of subtitles. Statinjenst patterns, non-state activity, the ceramic evidence, trade and commerce, the structure of demand. 18. The two authors of this volume have collaborated closely, so that the book is a result of our joint efforts. There was, however, a division of labor in the writing. Cécile Morrisson is primarily responsible for chapters I, II, III, and the discussion of monetary developments in chapters 4 and V. Angeliki Laiou is primarily responsible for the introduction, the discussion of the state in chapter 3, and chapters 4-6. I. Natural and human resources. Land and environment, geography, climate, natural resources, and their use. The geographic area considered in this book is centered on the Mediterranean. This was not affected by the territorial changes that occurred as part of the transformation of the late Roman Empire in the 4th century into the more restricted medieval entity which we call the Byzantine Empire. The fall of the Pars Occidentalis meant a decrease to a total area of c. 3 million kilometers. 2. The reconquest of western provinces entailed only a partial and temporary recovery to c. 7 million km2 under Justinian. After the Arab conquests and the long struggles of the Middle Byzantine period, the empire consisted of only c. 2 million kilometers 2 at its height in the reign of Basil II, and c. 750,000 km2 in the mid-12th century. The fact that this territory was always centered on the Mediterranean and on the Black Sea does not imply that it enjoyed an exclusively Mediterranean or maritime climate. The Mediterranean climate with its dry and hot summers and mild winters with irregular and varying rainfall, obtains only in the coastal regions on either side of the Aegean or the Ionian and Adriatic seas. Its area can be plotted against the isotherm of an average 3 in January, which is the limit of olive culture. 1 in the Balkans, successive mountain ranges oriented either northwest, southeast or west, east occupy 2/3 of the territory and bar maritime Indians as well as inhibiting rain from penetrating further inland. These mountainous areas feature a continental climate with cold winters and extremely hot summers. In the eastern Balkans, a lower level of precipitation is generally observed than in the western parts. The only great plains are those centered on the valleys of the most important rivers, Thrace and Wallachia. Smaller coastal plains occupy the mouth of rivers like the Axios/Vardar or the Strymon and of smaller ones in Epiros or the Peloponnese. The islands of the Ionian and above all the Aegean Sea are also mostly mountainous. Mount Ida in Crete reaches to 456 m, Mount Olympos in Cyprus to 100 m. Plains feature only in the larger islands, for example Sicily, Crete, Cyprus, Euboea. Smaller islands like Samothrake, Kos, or Patmos often suffer from lack of water resources. The core of Anatolia is a large elevated plateau that occupies 90% of the territory, plains being limited in size except in Bithynia, Cilicia, and Pamphylia. Separated from the Mediterranean to the southwest by the Taurus Mountains and bordered on the northeast by the Pontic chain, it often descends more or less abruptly into the sea, forming many anchorages. But in the western provinces, some large valleys allow Mediterranean influences to penetrate and form a transition zone with the highland. The early Byzantine Empire included also the Danubian plain from the Sava and Dina Konuans down to the Iron Gates, the Syrian Plateau and the Syro-Palestine coastlands, as well as the Nile Valley, Cyrenaica, and eastern North Africa plus outposts on the coast to the Straits of Gibraltar. Of reconquered Italy, only Sicily and the southern regions of Apulia and Calabria remained long under Byzantine control, for 3 centuries or more. Here too, the mountainous character prevails and the relief divides western humid regions from eastern arid ones. The existence in these regions of several rifts entails chronic earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, with landslides and the destruction of buildings. Seismic episodes regularly tested the reactive capacity of social and political structures, but never affected the economy as a whole except when combined with other disasters like the plague and bad harvests as happened in the mid-6th century. 2. The geographic context had multiple consequences regarding land use and settlement, natural resources, and transport. Varied and complex climatic conditions permitted differentiated and complementary production, wine, even dates, or cane, in sheltered coastal areas, orchards and terrace cultivation in valleys, olive, fruit and mulberry at intermediate altitude, timber exploitation as well as pig grazing in the forests that grew on the mountains with greater precipitation, winter cereals on plateaus with even a little rainfall provided the rains are concentrated in the spring season, stock raising in pasture lands. 3. Other livestock grazed in Phrygia, Lycaonia and other Anatolian provinces as well as in the Balkan highlands with poorer soils or dry continental climate. In spite of these differences, marked specialization was not the rule, and whenever possible the Byzantine farmer tried to develop a dry crop system based on cereals and often including orchards and vines. Bithynia, Boeotia, and Macedonia with their transitional temperate climate are typical examples. They have been well studied, since documents and archaeological surveys allow us to see the variety of crops and vegetation. Usually, land exploitation was carried out in concentric zones around the village. Irrigated vegetable gardens and orchards were cultivated near the inhabited nucleus, while dry land tilled for cereals, vineyards, or textile plants like hemp lay a bit further away. Since it sometimes took oxen as long as 3 hours to reach them, their cultivation was less intensive and involved less frequent plowing. Grazing lands and woodland were situated in the most remote locations. 4. Altitude and the quality of the soil entailed important differences. In the region of Brusa/Bursa in Bithynia, for instance, according to data derived from early Ottoman registers, the alluvial plain was devoted to cereal cultivation with a ratio of more than 1 hectare per person, while in the lower mountain area, a mainly pastoral zone, cereals were only cultivated for family consumption and the ratio fell to a third. 5. Land exploitation was prone to abuse and the vegetal cover did not always enjoy the favorable climatic conditions for its renewal that it did in the beautiful province of Bithynia even when its population was increasing. In more arid or fragile milieus, soils were easily eroded by violent downfalls and ooding. Byzantine farmers fought this constraint by building terraces and walls, irrigating whenever possible, plowing, harrowing and manuring. 6. But in many areas the degradation of cultivable soil and of forests into garrigi or maquis, aggravated by human overexploitation, led to irreversible land impoverishment. 7. The evolution of land use resulting from climatic fluctuations and human intervention will be considered in the following chapters. Maritime conditions. The maritime character of the Byzantine Empire lowered transportation costs and fostered trade. This asset is recognized as essential to economic growth from antiquity to modern times, as the modern British example demonstrates. 9. It also provided 2 essential elements of provisioning, sh and salt. Fishing was an endless resource for the alimentation of cities, for exports, or auto-consumption, as texts and analyses of archaeological remains show. 10. Salt could be produced with little investment in many locations, and on a greater scale in the Thermaic Bay near Thessalonica or in Cherson and other places on the Black Sea. 11. The existence of steep or mountainous areas with rugged indented coastlines in southern Italy, part of Sicily, Dalmatia, Epirus, or the Peloponnese, in many islands or in Lycia, to cite a few examples, far from being a handicap, proved essential to maritime activities. These features provided a combination of natural harbor facilities or anchorages, deep water close to land, proximity of forest resources, and a healthier climate as well as defense opportunities. Sailors found the indispensable water supply in a number of islands. This contrasts with the inhospitable coast of Palestine with its constantly moving dangerous sandbanks or the hostile lee shores of Egypt, Libya, and North Africa from Gabes to Cape Bone. As in early antiquity, climatic conditions prevented normal sailing in winter, which was considered a period of Mehrklausum from October/November to March/April because of the frequent storms, northerly winds and reduced visibility. 12. The prevailing winds and currents in the Mediterranean which favored navigation in the spring and summer are shown on the map. Ancient and medieval ships unable to tackle headwinds had to manage the prevailing northwestern Mediterranean winds or the northeastern ones in the Black Sea by using the counterclockwise direction of the main currents, thus compensating for unfavorable wind directions. For east, west or south, north travels. J. Pryor's analysis shows that this gave a clear advantage to the northern sea route for east-west voyages, hence to Byzantine seafarers and later to Italian ones, over the Muslims. 13. The human factor. The importance of population as a source of manpower in a pre-industrial economy is well known. Many varyingers for the Byzantine population have been proposed. For the 6th century, for instance, they vary between 30 and 21 million. Recent methods of study combine the number of sites counted and the density of rural and urban population recorded by intensive regional surveys with pre-modern data and modern historic population records. On the basis of her analysis of peasant households in early 14th century Macedonia, Laiou compares her estimate of a density of 34 persons per km2 to the GUR of 57. 4. In the 1961 Greek census, she hazards another estimate of 19 million people for the empire at its maximum medieval extent under Basil II. This is close to the 18 million suggested on a similar basis by J. Kidder, who makes a comparison with the 1890 census. 14 surveys and other data provide a perspective on the evolution of settlement and land use, and the recurring peaks associated with high rural and urban population. The alternating cycles of intensification and abatement of population and land use will be considered in the relevant chapters. Demography is subject to the same uncertainty, but for the 6th centuries or the 14th century there are reliable indications of low life expectancy. 15. The staple diet is exemplified in monastic documents that mention rations for Adelphata 16 as well as in other monastic documents. It includes the usual Mediterranean foods, grains, pulses, olive oil, or butter in colder inland regions, wine, dairy products, and meat, fresh vegetables and fruit, and honey for sweetening, or cane sugar in some regions from the 11th century onward. The military rations of the 6th century mention only the Annona staples. Fiscal documents show the daily amounts delivered in kind to Gothic soldiers stationed in Egypt: 3 kilograms bread, 325 g meat and 2 liters of wine. 17. Leaving aside shortages and famines due to war or bad weather and other calamities, apparently the average peasant household produced enough for his subsistence, and more. In normal or good times, the Byzantine diet, whose constituent elements are confirmed by the archaeological evidence, was better and more balanced than that of Western Europeans, as is the Cretan diet today. Intangible resources and institutional environment. For a long time, economic historians insisted on the natural resource endowments of a given state or region. Over the past decades, more light has been thrown on the importance of political and social institutions and intangible resources on economic growth. Many of the factors considered below gave to Byzantium, at least till the turning point of the late 12th century, a clear edge over the medieval West. First of all, imperial political institutions ensured stability, provided protection and justice and, notably, ensured property rights, an essential condition or incentive of economic investment. 18. In contrast to early medieval Western Europe or among the northern neighbors of the empire, the elaborate Roman law never ceased to be enforced in Byzantium, transmitted and adapted over the centuries. It regulated contracts, transactions, commercial associations, loans, and rates of interest, as well as dowries and inheritance. 19. Byzantium also maintained for more than a millennium a durable and equitable monetary system, which was responsive to skill and commercial needs. So, to a certain extent, the Byzantine state delivered peace, taxes, and a tolerable administration of justice. According to Adam Smith, little else is requisite to carry a state to the highest degree of opulence from the lowest barbarism, all the rest being brought by the natural course of things. 20. But peace and political stability were not permanently maintained and the cost of security was high. Above all, state intervention, as will be seen below, did not always protect all property rights or encourage productive activities. The role of family structures. The strengthening, starting in the 6th centuries, of the nuclear family unit under the pressure of the Church can be considered as a positive factor for the peasant economy and society in general, as has been pointed out by P. Tubert for the West since the Carolingian era and by D. P. Lal for Western Europe. 21. So can the equal treatment of women in inheritance and the recognition of some property rights to them. 22. The nuclear family creates greater incentives than natural and human resources. 19. Kinship groups for investment and production. Literacy. Byzantium is generally assumed to have maintained the Greco-Roman classical tradition, possibly democratizing it in the process of Christianization. 23. Literacy is thought to have been more widespread than in the West, at least down to the late Middle Ages, although ideas about literacy in the Carolingian period, for example, are being revised upward. 24. Most studies, however, have been primarily concerned with the literary aspects of the phenomenon and not with the economic implications of what might be called practical literacy and numeracy. 25. High Byzantine literacy presupposes and indicates prosperity combined with the leisure of a wealthy, generally urban, elite, as it existed in the early period down to the 6th century and again from the 10th century onward. There can be no reliable quantitative measure of either high or basic literacy or their evolution over time. But for the early period, one may stress the numerous examples of the posting of imperial decisions in public places, 26, and the survival of many inscriptions on stone or pottery, or transactions, accounts, or contracts recorded on papyri, ostraca or wooden tablets. 27. Even in the 8th and 9th centuries, although Leo VI, like Justinian I in Novel 73, complains about the lack of instruction and knowledge in the countryside and authorizes wills to be witnessed by ignorant people, saints' lives show the survival of elementary and more advanced education, the former accessible to modest families. 28. In 867, Basil I ordered that skull documents should have fractionalgers written in full so that they could be more easily read by the agroikoi. 29. The ubiquitous inscribed lead seals, the signatures on archival documents, the writing implements found on many sites, 30. Even graffiti on a few buildings and on a significant number of gold coins testify to the essential role of writing in Byzantine daily life. From this picture an educated guess would suggest a 30% rate of basic literacy and numeracy among men, comparable to that in 18th century China and superior to that in 18th century France. Literacy is recognized as an important factor in economic development for societies of the past as well as the present. 31. Science and technical knowledge. Despite their importance, Byzantine science and technical knowledge have been much debated and little studied. The role of Byzantium in the preservation and transmission, even the enrichment, of the classical and Hellenistic scientific heritage, has long been recognized. 32. Elementary arithmetic and geometry were part of the education of the Byzantines. Many literate clerks, notaries and logaristi were able to keep accounts and skull or cadastral registers throughout the Byzantine period. Even if officials were ignorant of philosophy and Euclid, as Michael Italico scolds them for, surveyors of the skull services knew enough to measure land with a small margin of error. 33. Little is known of technology and the application of scientific concepts since literary sources despise practical topics and mention only spectacular achievements, the loan of Byzantine mosaicists to Abd al-Malik for decorating the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, the automata of Theophilos' palace, or the system of rebeacons, devised by Leo the mathematician in the 9th century, that relied on synchronized clocks, the export of other mosaicists to Cordoba in the 10th century. 34. The abduction of the Theban silk workers by Roger II in 1147, for example. But extant Byzantine buildings like St. Sophia, public works like aqueducts, luxury and craft objects, even coins and the sophisticated processes of their purification or debasement, testify to the training in geometry, mechanics, and alchemy and to the know-how of engineers or craftsmen. 35 The survival of the empire and its prestige owed much to the continuation of such high added value production and to the efficient military organization and techniques used in terrestrial and naval warfare, not only the Greek redevised in the 7th century, but also fortifications, siege engines, and possibly horse transportation in ships. 36 Beyond our fragmented documentation, the Byzantine edge over its northern neighbors and the west till sometime in the 12th century is indisputable. There lay the reason for its wealth. 2. The late antique economy and the shift to medieval structures. In the RST half of the 6th century, the Byzantine economy went through the last flourishing period of the late antique Roman civilization. It stood in sharp contrast with the West, where most of the regions were severely affected by invasions, civil wars, and social unrest in the 5th century, while the former imperial unit government was replaced by fragmented, often unstable and competing, barbarian kingdoms which maintained only partly the administrative and legal Roman traditions. The longer resilience of the Roman institutions and economy in the East was due to a virtuous circle of political stability and economic prosperity that enabled it to buy off or GHT enemies in the Balkans while maintaining a by and large peaceful equilibrium in the East with Persia. These general comments are not applicable to every region and will be qualified below, when we examine the considerable differences in wealth and settlement between Illyricum and the eastern prefectures. Following Justinian's reconquest of North Africa and Italy, part of the Roman West was reunited with the East, a development which created a revival of Mediterranean trade. The costly long war against the Ostrogoths and the devastation it caused in Italy have long been considered a major error of policy and a waste of state resources. Such criticism, however justified by the Byzantines' inability to defend the greatly extended territory, does not take into account the benefits which accrued to Byzantium in the long run from the recovery of the resources of southern Italy and Sicily. From the middle of the 6th century, signs of economic decay begin to be more and more apparent. Demographic losses resulting from the plague and its recurrences reduced both production and demand and consequently the imperial finances. The state was unable to withstand the invasions of Slavs and Avars that began in the 560s, while war resumed with the Sasanians in 572 and the empire was forced to GHT on two fronts. The weakening of the economy is particularly evident in the Danubian provinces but was also felt, to a lesser degree, in the east, and in the western provinces of Italy and Africa. Heraclius led a desperate struggle against the combined attacks of the Slavs, Avars, and Persians which culminated in their joint siege of Constantinople in 626. By mustering all available treasures, including sacred vessels, by his alliance with the Turkish Khaganate north of the Caucasus and through his astute strategy, he managed to protect Constantinople and recover the rich territories of Syria, Palestine, and Egypt which had been occupied by the Persians for some 20 years. These successes were short-lived. The swift and unexpected Arab conquest, starting in the 630s, reduced imperial territory by half within 50 years or so, depriving it of its more prosperous provinces. While Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, together with the conquered former Persian territories, enjoyed a prolonged prosperity under Umayyad rule, Byzantium witnessed a clear urbanization with a related decline in production and trade. The result was a major transformation of economic and social structures. Wealth and prosperity of the early Byzantine economy in the first half of the 6th century. The vast extension of the Byzantine Empire in the 530s resulted in a powerful demand from a numerous population, and offered access to abundant factors of production such as labor, natural resources, and capital, both XED capital and working capital. The organization of production was sufficiently varied to suit local economic or geophysical conditions. The institutional framework, including material structures and institutional ones, provided a stable environment which fostered economic activity. The following 6th to early 8th centuries. 25 sketch outlines these factors as well as the primary and secondary production and exchange in this nourishing period. The density of population differed widely, its distribution followed roughly the same pattern in the Middle Ages down to the 19th century, with few exceptions. 1. The more densely populated areas were those in coastal regions and plains, or in fertile valleys like those of the Nile, the Vardar, or the Hebros, or in large islands like Sicily, Crete, and Cyprus. These patterns are partly rooted in differential urbanization. The inner Balkans and northern and eastern Anatolia had far fewer cities than the above-mentioned regions, but on the whole Byzantium was more urbanized than the west. 2. Rural settlement increased in the FTH and early 6th centuries in many regions. Surveys and excavations plot this ascendant in the Peloponnese as well as in the Near East. The number of documented sites increases significantly, but attention has been drawn to the fact that this multiplication of villages may have been quite short-lived and that prosperity was an illusion. Notwithstanding, ample evidence shows that in the east from the FTH to the early 6th century there was a peak in the number of settlements, from villages of several hundred inhabitants to hamlets or farmsteads, and marginal lands were exploited. 3. This can be attributed not only to security but also in part to a certain climatic change with warmer winters in the northern Mediterranean and a little more rain in the south, a trend attested by various paleobotanical or paleogeographical indexes. 4. The pattern of settlement was far from uniform. In the Balkans, villas, which had played an important role in the development of the late antique countryside, were abandoned in the FTH century. In Thrace and the Illyricum, archaeological surveys highlight the multiplication of settlements in ancient hilltop fortresses or new sites in moderately elevated zones. These settlements were due to the insecurity which began again in the 540s. 5. A few villas survived in coastal areas like the Argolid, Corinthia, or Messenia. In Palestine, similar rural complexes do not constitute villas in the Roman sense, but, rather, agricultural productive compounds. On the whole, village and farmstead dominated the countryside with varying balance between the two depending on the geographic and political context. 6. The prosperity of early Byzantine cities in the eastern Mediterranean is well known. A few points must be recounted. Constantinople, the most populous city in the world at that time, numbered at least 400,000 inhabitants. 7. Antioch attained 200,000, Alexandria and Thessalonica 100,000. The urban network inherited from the Roman period included numerous middle-sized cities of around 50,000-100,000 souls, such as Apamea, Ephesus, Caesarea, or Jerusalem. The population of provincial capitals was in the range of 15,000, 50,000, and big villages like Aphrodite had around 5,000 inhabitants. From the qualitative point of view, a certain decline in the monumental character and public amenities of the Roman heyday occurred, but abundant archaeological remains and inscriptions in the capital and in the provinces give evidence of great building activity. New construction was still undertaken in the 6th century. It included religious buildings like the famous St. Polyeuctos, St. Sergius and Bacchus and St. Sophia in Constantinople with their costly decoration. Many other churches were built in provincial cities, 160 churches in Arabia and the two Palestines date from the 6th and early 7th centuries. New construction also included, to a certain extent, public buildings. Aqueducts, cisterns, baths, porticos, and agoras were still maintained in many cities or rebuilt after earthquakes, a few were newly established. The fortification program of Anastasios I and Justinian was carried out on a massive scale in the Balkans, from the Danubian frontier to the long walls of Dyrrhachium or Thrace, in Africa, and above all in northern Syria where the walls of Recife, Dara, and Antioch, for example, remain as masterpieces of military architecture. 8. From the economic point of view, this is undoubtedly an index of wealth and available surplus. More than 1 million gold coins were spent on Saint Sophia. Julianus Argentarius, the banker, spent 26 000 solidi on San Vitale in Ravenna. Even if these buildings are deemed a non-productive investment, which was not the case for defense works that maintained security, all represented high demand from the state and the church and mobilized considerable reserves, providing a living for many workers and craftsmen in cities and in the countryside. Craftsmen were mainly active in the urban economy. They often combined production and sale in the same location, as may be seen in the shops of Sardis. 9 Funeral and other inscriptions document the variety of existing trades and sub-trades. In construction there were masons, sculptors, stonecutters, mosaicists, plasterers, contractors, and architects. In textiles, there were fullers, weavers, dyers. Makers of metalwork and glass or pottery produced both luxury objects, silk, gold, and silver plate, jewelry, or copies in cheaper materials with less rend execution for poorer customers. Potters also produced containers and building materials. Carpentry and above all shipbuilding deserve special mention. Archaeology supports the epigraphic and literary evidence of urban activity. Workshops for glass and opusectal, purple dye production, spawns, and storage areas have been excavated in Caesarea, metalworks and glassworks in Sardis and in several Balkan locations like Kari-Ciangrad or in Cherson among other places. 10 Craft activity relied on the exploitation of natural resources which still abounded in the empire: timber, marble, clay, and metals. Timber was available in several coastal mountainous regions. It was an essential input for fuel, construction, and shipbuilding. Marble was exploited in Thassos and other islands, in Proconnesus, in Asia Minor at Decumaeon and other Phrygian or more coastal locations, often in imperial quarries. 11 Mines and mineral resources were widely, if unevenly, distributed. The analysis of written sources, mainly legal ones in our period, 12 can be supplemented with some archaeological data. In the Balkans, the scattered gold mines were controlled by the Comes Metallorum per Illyricum and the municipal decurions that he chose as mine controllers, while silver, copper, and iron were left to private managers delivering part of the production to the state. The loss of Noricum, Pannonia, and Dalmatia entailed increased exploitation of the mines or rivers of Illyricum and Thrace in the 6th centuries. 13 Gold was also found in Nubia and in central Egypt, where excavations in Memphiwakir have brought to light extended installations. 14 The eastern Egyptian desert also yielded emeralds, beryls, malachite, and marble from the Mons Porphyrites. Cyprus had scores of small mining camps in the Troodos region. In the upper Vasilikos Valley in Cyprus, many temporary or permanent encampments were situated around large copper mines. 15 The gold resources of Armenia were a recurring bone of contention with Persia in our period, often the cause of war. Asia Minor is best known today thanks to surveys. Ancient or early medieval sites are concentrated in Bithynia and the west, in northern Phrygia, in the Pontus and in the Taurus range. 16 As in most pre-industrial economies, agriculture accounted for the greatest part of production. In this period, it could rely on a large supply of arable land per capita, still unlimited except in highly fertile areas like Egypt. As in antiquity, hard and soft wheat was produced in Sicily, Africa, Egypt, the plains of Asia Minor, and Thrace. Barley, rye, millet, and oats and various pulses, which dominated the diet of the poor, were widespread both as items of self-consumption and on the market. Wheat yields varied on average between 1.5 to 1.7, with higher in Egypt because of the specific conditions in the Nile Valley. Oil and wine, though common in many areas as staples of daily consumption, were also privileged, but not exclusive, cash crops in some regions like, respectively, Africa and northern Syria or Gaza. Textile plants like hemp or axe are attested in Egypt, for instance, and various fruits are ubiquitous. The mulberry tree, which grows in moderate and not too humid climates, served for the feeding of silkworms after some time in the 6th century in Syria and Asia Minor. According to Procopius, 17 In order that the Romans should no longer buy their silk from the Persians, Justinian asked certain monks who had learned about sericulture to smuggle out silk moth eggs in the 550s from Saranda. Whatever the truth of the anecdote, it indicates that moriculture for the feeding of silkworms spread at that period. 18. The combined testimony of paleobotanical studies of materials from excavations or surveys along with papyri and textual data makes it possible to outline the variety of rural production. The Geoponica, commissioned by Constantine VII, relying on an early Byzantine source, report agrarian practices in the 6th century and shows the variety of products, including fresh vegetables grown around large cities for urban consumption. Agricultural implements and tools appear rather rudimentary. In fact, the sole ard with a symmetrical plowshare, the spade fork, the two-pronged drag hoe for turning the soil, the sickle used instead of the scythe for harvesting, were adapted to Mediterranean conditions, and fragile and often lighter soils. 19. The use of water mills spread during the 6th century. Although their horizontal wheel was less efficient than the vertical one, they were not a later Western medieval innovation, as once thought. One should not therefore underestimate the effectiveness of Byzantine techniques used, for instance, in quarrying, in irrigation and in wine and oil extraction. Oil presses with lavered counterweights and rolling stones are found in the Pontus, Bithynia, Phrygia, Caria, and Judea. But production was mostly carried out on a small scale, and the few concentrated installations of the Roman period are no longer present. Stock raising was important and extensive in plateaus or mountainous areas. Pasture also occurred in villages' territory in special enclosures or nearby woodland, as shown by traces of stables and archaeozoological studies of bone remains of oxen, goats, sheep, pigs, and poultry. The land-holding pattern was an articulated one in which the state, great and smaller landlords and peasants interacted, but in which possessions were usually scattered and large plots the exception. The state and the church possessed great estates derived from imperial and confiscated lands or from imperial and private donations respectively. Imperial estates were run by specialized managers of the so-called Domus Divini. They were dominant in Cappadocia and Eastern Asia Minor, and are documented in Egyptian papyri. The estates of senatorial families were smaller in the east than they had been in the west, but the paradigmatic Apians' holdings amounted to 31,000 ha in the Antiopolis district alone. Papyri enable us to analyze the distribution of property in the village of Aphrodito in Egypt. One estate owned some 3 fths of total land, the remaining 2 fths being divided between city dwellers and villagers. Inequality was higher among urban owners than among villagers. Among smallholders, there was still in the early 6th century a broad base of landholders. Most landowners had enough land to support a family, and there was a broad band of middle-range men capable of bearing public obligations. 20. The great landowners were able to exact part of the agricultural surplus by lending money to peasants who sold their crops for future delivery. But the economic independence of the small freeholder, the working out of sharecropping contracts with tenants, and the weight of taxation are still much debated. 21. And there is no way of estimating the proportion of landless peasants and the inequality of income. The same skull documents record in villages craftsmen grouped in guilds much as they were in bigger cities: carpenters, bakers, fullers, undertakers, tailors, boatmen and smiths. Craftsmen were also employed on great estates. Archaeology, epigraphy, papyri, saints' lives, and Talmudic sources provide evidence of free wandering peddlers, craftsmen and workers based in villages, especially in the crafts of building, metalwork, glass, and ceramic production. 22. The actors of the urban and the rural economy participated in complex exchanges to which we now turn, starting with the most important of its actors, the state. Not only was the state a producer in its numerous estates, mines, quarries, and workshops, it also controlled the trade of sensitive materials like silk, murex, alum, and salt, over which it wielded total or partial monopolies. 23. It played a major role in trade through the system of the annona, and it regulated credit and banking as well as coinage. The assessment of the state's unions and participation in the early Byzantine economy and trade has been much debated. Primitivists ascribe an enormous weight to the state, combined with extended self-sufficiency in the rural sector and limited commercial trade tied to public transportation. Speaking of an entirely trade-based economy would be anachronistic. A more balanced view emerges when one combines legal and textual evidence with that from ceramics and coins recovered from excavations of urban and rural sites all over the empire, which points to important private exchanges. 24 In the 6th century, the annona consisted, on the one hand, of the military rations issued to soldiers, now generally commuted to cash and being part of their pay, and, on the other, of the annona civica, commodities, destined for distribution in the capital and in a few other cities. Although the government tried thus to ensure that bread shortages and consequent riots should not occur, not all Constantinopolitans were on the dole. Free distributions were limited to the 80,000 political breads, i.e. rations, assigned to heads of household, supplemented by the panes idiom attached to houses built in the capital before 390. The existence of only 21 big public bakeries versus some 120 smaller private ones, probably provisioned by wheat sold at its skull price by the state, show that only part of the population relied on public distributions. The Arca Frumentaria 25 acted as a stabilization office, selling wheat at moderate prices in times of dearth. The size of the imports of Egyptian wheat sent annually as taxes has given rise to many calculations of the population of Constantinople. 26 The shipping of these huge quantities required some 500 ships in 3 rotations between Egypt and the capital. Down to the time of Justinian it was entrusted to a guild of shipowners, who were exempted from the land tax on specially assigned lands and from indirect taxes. Later, it was transferred to paid transporters who could likewise complement the official cargo with other commodities. 27 Long-distance trade was clearly not only the affair of the state and of great landowners who shipped products from their estates to the market. Many independent traders of different status traveled along a complex network of routes. Ceramics and metalware NDS, the classification and dating of which has made continuous progress over the last decades, have contributed to a new, less impressionistic, and more positive, picture of Mediterranean exchanges. In the 14th century, as Constantinople flourished and the Western Empire decayed, a rerouting of commerce toward the east is manifest. The main maritime route was the Annona one, which brought wheat shipments to Constantinople from Egypt through Cyprus, Chios, the Lycian coast, Tundas, and Abydos. A secondary route linked the capital to Italy, Sicily, and Africa. Justinian's reconquests revived its importance, although it had not been interrupted by the Vandals or the Ostrogoths. In the ancient and medieval context, chronic or permanent military conflicts never entirely stopped commercial exchange. The ports of Call circle the Peloponnese, where NDS of African red slip act as tracers of imports. Proof of non-annona. Private trade is given by the existence of direct routes that bypass Constantinople. They link Africa and Syria-Palestine, via Crete. Exports of Gaza wine and other eastern wines, mapped by NDS of Palestinian amphorae, reached Cyprus, the whole Aegean, the Crimea and the Danube, Italy and southern Gaul, even, further north, the southwest coast of England. 28 Phocian pottery, produced in Phocaea itself and in coastal workshops nearby, increasingly competed with African production in the 6th century, especially in the east, and is attested widely from Spain and Britain to the Red Sea to the Black Sea, even reaching inland areas in Asia Minor, Greece and the east in a capillary distribution. 29 Glass, produced from local sands in Syria and Palestine, is less easily traceable, but analyses confirm that it was exported as cullet to the west, where it was worked and marketed. Many Eastern and Byzantine wares were still exported to Gaul and beyond. The combined evidence of ceramics, coins and texts allows us to draw a map of the location of Syrian traders in the Merovingian period. 30 It calls to mind the description of Saint Jerome. There remains in the Syrians an inborn zeal for transacting business. They go about the whole world with a desire for money. The business people of Tyre trade damask, purple, and checked garments, linen also, and silk and cotton they place in their trade. In the Far East, bleached glass found its way to China. Other commodities, with hardly any physical remains, like textiles or spices, fueled long-distance exchanges with the Far East. Raw silk, pearls, spices, and gems were imported from India and China and reached the empire either in Syria through Arabia and the caravan routes, or in Egypt from the Red Sea, where klizma and aduli still flourished in the 6th century. The often cited anecdote of the merchant Sopatroz and his contest with a Persian competitor in front of the king of Taprobane, reported by Cosmas Indicopoulos, is indirectly confirmed by the coins and ceramic NDS on the coasts of South India and Sri Lanka. 31 Long-distance trade was a mainly maritime one, supplemented by fluvial navigation in Egypt, where wheat was easily shipped on the Nile, or on the northern frontier where provisions and materials were sent on the Danube to Byzantine garrisons up to Pannonia. A few other rivers, like the Marica or the Halis, Iris, and Akamsais in the Pontic area, were navigable for part of their length and served regional trade. Land transport was much more costly and slower, but less hazardous and constant over seasons. On long distances it was generally reserved for expensive, high-prot commodities. 32 However, it played a great role in regional or local commerce, facilitated by the continued maintenance of the Roman roads and bridges. This network included the imperial route crossing the Balkans through the Morava, Vardar valleys, the Via Egnatia from Dyrrhachium to Thessalonic, and the roads in Asia Minor leading to Antioch or Armenia and the upper Euphrates frontier. 33 Although intended mostly for military and administrative purposes, these roads served regional exchanges as well. Goods were carried by a variety of ox or horse-driven carts and pack animals, whose loads depended on the distance traveled. 34 Local exchange involved larger rural sites of several thousand inhabitants, which functioned as minor central points, attracting wares from a radius of 1 day's return walk. These were rural markets, serving a number of small villages of a few hundred people. The combination of local and more far-flung inter-regional exchanges is being more and more researched in many areas like Cyprus or Palestine. 35 In this chapter, cities are separated from the countryside for the sake of clarity. The two were in fact deeply intertwined in bidirectional relations, not necessarily the parasitical one emphasized in previous scholarship. Recent studies on Alexandria show, for instance, the multifaceted relationship and two-way of goods and services between the megalopolis, its immediate hinterland and more remote destinations. 36 Constantinople entertained the same kind of mutual dependence with its various hinterlands and the rest of the empire. 37 All transactions could be carried out in an articulated coinage. 38 Which provided the means for payments of widely differing value, from the solidus, its fractions of 1/2 and 1/3, to the copper coin and its divisions down to the tiny nummus, a few of which could buy a loaf of bread or a handful of pulses. Texts and coin and ds point to a high level of monetization. Cities and smaller towns, as well as the rural contexts recently studied, yield coins in numbers proportional to their relative population. They even point to an increased diffusion of new issues in the countryside in some regions in the early 6th century, indicating a rise in the commercialization of the agricultural surplus. 39 Banking was in the hands of money lenders and changers whom the state controlled and protected. Lending was regulated, 12% for C loans and 4 to 8% for other loans, depending on the lender's status and profession. Alexandrian bankers, often acting in partnerships, could wield considerable power. They made written transfers based on compensation but also supervised large physical transfers of coins, even tons of them, and were instrumental in the issue of copper coinage to the public and in exchanges between gold and copper. 40 There is no doubt any more that trade and exchange in 6th century Byzantium were still comparable with those in the early Roman Empire, even if the quantities had decreased because of the decline of the West in the 4th century. But decay and crisis was to hit the East very soon. Decay, crisis, and the transformation of the economy. The Great Plague, 41 which occurred in 541/2, and its cyclical return, which persisted, at increasingly longer intervals, until the beginning of the 8th century, is clearly a turning point in the economic history of Byzantium. The population may have decreased by as much as 30%, or the pandemic striking all age groups and weakening survivors since no immunity was developed by exposure. The plague was spread by rats, which traveled on boats with staples, and thus hit the West a year later. It affected cities more than the countryside, villagers more than nomads, and contributed to deurbanization. It occurred in conjunction with other diseases, like smallpox, several disrupting earthquakes, and long-lasting wars, the Gothic War in Italy 535–55, the wars with Persia 540–572–91 and 605–28, the struggle against the Arab forces from 636 onward, while Avars and Slavs penetrated more and more deeply into the Balkans. This conjunction of factors, and not the sole catastrophe of the plague, prevented a recovery in the normal 100 to 130 years' time observed after the Black Death. A climatic deterioration beginning in the 530s, with cold and arid winters leading to poor harvests and the Dust Veil episode entailing severe drought, had perhaps contributed to the diffusion of the disease by weakening the population. Variations in the level of lakes and inland seas and increased alluvial deposits have been taken as signs of this climatic episode. But anthropogenic inons in the process, leading to an extension of woodland and scrubland from the late 6th and early 7th century, was also an important factor. 42. It is in this context that signs of general impoverishment must be considered. With some regional differences, Illyricum and Thrace being affected much earlier, while public buildings and facilities were still being maintained or built in the islands or the Levant, the area occupied by cities progressively decreased. The remaining occupied surface was degraded by spoliation and robbing. Ancient monuments served for housing or industrial purposes, oil presses or lime kilns were established in churches or theaters, slaughterhouses, metalwork and glass workshops were housed in baths, as, for example, at Leptominus and Carthage. The debris of monuments were used for building walls around smaller centers. 43. Former residential houses were transformed into workshops or divided into smaller and poorer dwellings. 44. The middle class of landowners who resided in cities had been progressively pressured by the increased rate of taxation in the 550s. 45. The encroachment of shops on public spaces characterizes the transformation of the ancient city. This break and ruralization of the late ancient city, called deurbanization by others, has been dated to the 7th century and principally attributed to the Persian invasion of Asia Minor, 46, but can be traced, even in Sardis, somewhat earlier. Impoverishment is also evident in the countryside. Building shifted massively from cut stone to dry stone or to wood and cob, rubble, and mud bricks. Tiles disappeared in favor of wooden planks or thatch for roofing, and beaten oars replaced stone ones. The transformation occurred earlier in the Balkans, which had never recovered after the settlement of the Goths. Renewed insecurity there led to the abandonment of villages in the plains in favor of upland settlements and to a dramatic decline in the monetization of the countryside. 47. A general decline in the number of settlements is assumed to have taken place in many other areas. In other regions like Calabria, the development of hilltop and secure villages starting in the 550s helped maintain the export of agricultural staples to Rome as well as craft activities. The decline of urban markets occasioned by demography and war led to a downsizing of trade at all levels. A decrease in long-distance trade can be assumed from several converging indicators. The number of shipwrecks 48 in the 7th century is less than half that of the 6th century and becomes a mere tenth in the 8th century. Most ships were now middle-sized ones like the Dor-D-Wreck or the Yasi-Ada ship. The construction technique shifted to the medieval skeleton one, which made them less expensive to build than in Roman times and appropriate to shorter distances. The number of African tableware ceramics and DS dwindles dramatically, 49, while their distribution becomes more and more restricted to coastal areas or privileged centers where a few wealthy customers remained. Downsizing did not mean a complete halt. Trade within or beyond the imperial frontiers continued across the Mediterranean down to the 8th century, as shown by NDS of Eastern wine amphoras in excavations in Marseilles, of African ones in the Fos shipwreck, and of Oriental glass in the late 7th century levels of the Crypto Balbi in Rome. Trade routes in Western Europe were progressively beginning to shift to the north. The increase in amphoras and anywhere NDS in Cherson in the early 7th century and the continued imports from the Mediterranean point to the emergence of a new commercial center connected to new partners. 50 Constantinople now depended chiefly on Thrace, Paphlagonia, the Pontic area and Bithynia for the provisioning of its much reduced population. 51 new types of ceramic products point to this regionalization of trade. Constantinopolitan glazed whiteware beginning in the early 7th century had a limited distribution, like Sicilian ciabatta lamps or grey sigillata in the west. Entire inland zones in the remaining Byzantine territories had been abandoned by the former populations and a new rudimentary type of economy emerged. In the Balkans, Slavic populations, originally nomadic, progressively settled in the deserted plains where they lived in hamlets of semi-buried log huts and practiced rudimentary agriculture, raising stock and beginning to cultivate wheat. They engaged in small-scale exchanges with the local populations, which had moved to cities or forded upland settlements or remained in the few cities that survived thanks to their fortifications, like Thessalonic. The miracles of Saint Demetrius hint at relations between the city and surrounding Slavic settlements which must have resembled the earlier ones on the Danubian frontier, city dwellers providing metalwork, from jewelry or buckles to agricultural implements, or functional pottery, beads, etc. in exchange for provisioning, probably on a barter basis, since the Slavs had no monetary tradition. 52 small-scale local exchanges were more easily practiced on such a basis even in provinces where no such change in population had taken place. Evidence for a decline in monetization comes from all regions and is a well-attested phenomenon. 53 The shrinking of Byzantine territory with the loss of its richest southern provinces, the dramatic decline in the state's skill resources, the decrease of population, not only in absolute numbers, but also in density, introduced a period of smaller, insecure markets with very limited specialization. Trade reached a low ebb in the early 8th century. But Byzantium had human and material assets on which it could draw to adapt and survive. Not all cities nor all riches were gone, hoarded metals could be mobilized, advanced crafts like silk production could even increase, and some provinces were still yielding wheat and taxes, while in others agriculture and defense were probably reorganizing around communities of smaller landholders. A few strongholds and small centers of production, most of them in the coastal or island territories, could still communicate with the capital and among themselves. The administration, too, adapted to meet the needs of the survival of the empire. These were the bases from which the medieval Byzantine economy would launch its progressive recovery in the late 8th century, as we will see. 3. Restructuring, recovery and controlled expansion. By 700 the empire had lost Africa, the last of its wealthiest provinces, and ceded the plains between the Danube and Hemus to the Bulgars. It was reduced to fragmented holdings in Italy, to coastal outposts around the Balkan Peninsula and isolated ones on the Black Sea. Its core consisted now of two pillars, the islands, Sicily, Crete, and the Aegean ones, and Western Asia Minor. No part of the territory was immune from hostile incursions. Only its powerful walls, Eat and Greek prevented Constantinople, besieged 4 times in 100 years, from falling into the hands of its strongest enemy, the Arab Caliphate. Undoubtedly the 8th century in Byzantium was a difficult one, characterized by depopulation, deurbanization, diminished production and reduced trade, accompanied by a marked decrease in monetization as we saw above. The economy was now based on different urban centers, smaller forded castra with downsized hinterland and decreased demand for primary and secondary products, and on different relations between peasants and landowners. Society evolved accordingly with the replacement of the former senatorial and municipal elites by a new ruling class. The hard times lasted until the end of the 8th century when the improvement on the military front, the restoration of control in the Balkans and stabilization of the Frontier in Asia Minor in conjunction with a turn in the demographic trends signal the beginning of recovery. The role of the Isaurian dynasty in this process of restructuring was instrumental. The process of revival, which extended over a period longer than the 62 years assigned to it in the most detailed, if debated, survey of this early period, too led to continuous territorial expansion in the 10th century which culminated in the reign of Basil II. In the 10th century, signs of economic expansion abound as will be seen below. The paucity of our sources on the economy is particularly acute for the early part of the period considered in the present chapter. Papyri, inscriptions, multiple historical sources and reliable archaeological tracers are gone and the Greek monastic or Italian commercial archives are still to come. Not only are chronicles, as usual, very short of economic information, but the few, highly important data they give on financial and skull measures are all biased by the prejudice of their authors against the great iconoclast emperors. 3. However, texts like the Farmer's Law, the Rhodian Sea Law dating to the late 7th-8th centuries and the Ecloga offer information on the rural and urban economy. We do not know how representative they are, although saints' lives and a few correspondences throw some light on these matters. Ceramic evidence loses part of its pertinence since other, less traceable, containers are gaining ground in the period and because it is an age of more regionalized and coarse fabric, but the typology of ceramics is making continuous progress and surveys contribute pertinent outlines of regional development. Documentary evidence increases in the 10th century and, together with Leo VI's novels, the Book of the Prefect and other texts, helps us to perceive in greater detail the functioning of the economy. Compared to the mid-6th century, population in the early 8th century had decreased in absolute numbers because of territorial losses. Density was low and land plentiful. Consequently, there were no great obstacles to the many migrations or encouraged settlements observed in this period, either the migration of Slavs in the Balkans, whose demographic impact has been greatly exaggerated, or the of refugees easing the invasions in the west and in the east. 5. Various deportations documented in the 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries had political and military motivations. Emperors would displace troublemakers or unreliable groups from frontier zones, while manning the frontier with more reliable groups, such as the Mardites from Lebanon, probably good sailors, settled in Pamphylia by Justinian II. 6. Resettlements also aimed to stimulate agriculture, for what mattered most from the 7th century was the labor force. Devastated Thrace was thus progressively repopulated by transplantations of Armenians and Syrians under Constantine V and Leo IV. Greeks were sent to the Sclavonii by Constantine V probably in order to introduce a more advanced mode of land exploitation and to facilitate the Hellenization and Christianization of the Slavs. The figures given by sources run from tens to several 100,000. They are not necessarily reliable. Undoubtedly, however, the various movements and measures, combined with the relative restoration of security, had a positive influence in the long run on production and on state finances. 7. It is generally assumed that a general demographic increase followed the end of plague recurrence in the 740s. The evidence for demographic growth comes primarily from settlement patterns and the expansion of cultivated and exploited areas. Palynological and carbon-14 studies show. Already in the 9th century, the expansion of agriculture into areas that were previously wooded, examples are known from both Macedonia and Thessaly. In the 8th century many zones remained depopulated, some, like northern Thrace or eastern Asia Minor, were consciously considered as no man's land frontier zones separating the empire from its main enemies. In the 9th and 10th centuries there is a net increase in the number of settlements. In Bulgaria, villages grew along the Byzantine, Bulgarian frontier in the 10th century. In Byzantine southern Italy, the population of Apulia recovered in the 9th and 10th centuries. Archaeology shows that in the Peloponnese people began to resettle deserted areas of the Pylos region in the 10th century, and of the southern Argolid around the year 1000. Areas unoccupied for almost 2 centuries were resettled, so the Mani after 812. Generally in Thessaly, Central Greece and the Peloponnese there was expansion of both the population and cultivation after the 9th century, the same may be said of southeastern Anatolia. 9. In Bithynia too there is higher population density. Macedonia and southern Italy have been most extensively studied, in terms of both demography and the rural economy, thanks to the path-breaking work of Jacques Lefort and Jean-Marie Martin. Here, the demographic curve was on an upward slope, though with different starting points, in the period under discussion. 10. The population increase may be seen not only in the documents but also in the expansion of cultivated land and the retreat of pasture lands and woodlands. The increase in the number of settlements accompanies the annexation and revived exploitation of new territories, such as Apulia or southern Bulgaria, or the intensification of land use in ancient ones like Bithynia. It is also possible that the change from the Little Ice Age of the early Middle Byzantine period to a warmer and moister phase in the 9th, 11th centuries was a favorable factor in this transformation. The urban settlement pattern had also changed significantly. Demand decreased dramatically in the 8th century. Constantinople around 700 was a shadow of its former self with as few as some 40,000, 70,000 inhabitants, partly ruralized like other centers. In the 8th century, a few ancient cities remained, such as Thessalonic, Athens, Corinth, Thebes, Nicaea, Smyrna, Ankara, Chalcedon, Cherson, and Trebizond, but their occupied area was greatly reduced. A number had been abandoned. 11. The shrinking of this network has been plotted using the rough index attested in the conciliar lists and the Notitia Episcopatuum, since in this period bishops had replaced the former councils in representing their cities. Most of those that survived were located near the sea. 12. The Cretan city and capital of Gortyna, embellished by Heraclius, offers a well-excavated example of the transformation of a classical city into a much smaller ruralized center, but a still active one, linked to the capital thanks to its administrative and religious role. Although most of the new urban centers were, like villages, located on elevated, easily defendable and forded sites, following an aptly named evolution from polis to castron, the latter becoming a synonym of polis, 13 lower towns mentioned in texts continued to be inhabited. In Amorion, excavations demonstrate economic activity in the lower city throughout the Dark Ages before the siege and destruction in 838, and its resumption later on. 14. In such cities, administrative and military functions, now united in the same hands, dominated over those of a regional market and production center. 15. The new city of the Byzantine Middle Ages clearly derived much of its economic activity from the incentive and supportive role of the state, to which we will turn below. The re-establishment of security, which took place piecemeal, slowly in the 8th century, more systematically in the 9th and 10th, was important in the growth, in number and size, of cities like Amorion. A number of urban agglomerations were created anew by the state, and older urban sites began to expand, rst in Asia Minor, then in Thrace, Macedonia, Thessaly and the Peloponnese. 16. In 10th century Constantinople, the number of new foundations and monasteries attracting new residences points to the revival leading to the 12th century apogee of the capital. 17. State intervention and economic development. Policies of economic integration and articulation. The Byzantine Empire, unlike most Western European political units in this period, had a powerful and centralized state. The exception to this statement is the state at the time of the strong Carolingians, and even there the resemblances are superficial. This fact had major consequences in the economic realm. The state provided a vast integrating framework not only through the school system but also through the monetary mechanism, as well as through the institutions that governed economic relations or created the conditions for them. Furthermore, the state was the largest landlord, and also functioned as a major pole of demand. Finally, the economic ideology held by the state and expressed in administrative action had significant effects on the economy. The role of the state was not the same throughout the long period examined in this chapter. As elsewhere in the economy, there was a period of restructuring until the late 8th century, when the framework was set for the economy of the middle period. The economic recovery and expansion which began at about the same time took place within this framework. Traditionally, scholars have focused on the scale role of the state, and for good reason. The Byzantine state was a major motor force in the economy, certainly until sometime in the 11th century. It retained exclusive rights over taxation, from which it drew most of its revenues, that is, it collected, in the form of tax, the part of the added value that did not remain with the producers. It redistributed its revenues primarily in salaries of officials, military and civil, in defense and military campaigns, and in public and infrastructural works. The money thus distributed trickled down the various economic strata, and some eventually reached the producer, who paid taxes. Thus, not only did the government concentrate surplus wealth into its own hands, it also was the moving force behind the circulation of money. Its economic role was varied, but since much of the state's possibility of intervention derived from scality, one should start there. 18. The skull system of the Middle Byzantine period developed over the centuries, starting probably with Heraclius, and undergoing reforms during the reigns of the Isaurians and the economist Emperor Nicephorus. It was solidly in place by the 9th century, and began to change again in the middle of the 10th century, the changes becoming evident in the 11th. 19. At the time of its highest efficiency, the system was designed to bring to the state coffers as much gold as possible, without, at the same time, overly burdening the peasant. More than lip service was paid to the principle of equity that formed the foundation of Byzantine economic ideology in this period. The base tax, and the most important one, was the land tax, paid by all owners of land. Indeed, payment of the tax was itself proof of ownership. Since the early 8th century, perhaps earlier, the tax was estimated on the value of the land each person owned. Land had a skull value, established by the National Services. 1 modios of RST quality land was reckoned to be worth 1 gold coin, second quality land was worth half a gold coin, and third quality land, essentially pasture land, was worth 1/3 of a coin. Vineyards had considerably higher value. The tax was 1/24 of this skull value. When it becomes possible to estimate the proportion of tax on annual cereal production. 18. As we stated in the introduction, we do not engage in the discussion on the Byzantine mode of production. We note that although we have different premises from those of John Haldon, the statements made in this chapter regarding the state and the economy are not, in their essence, very different from what may be found in his most recent statements. Many differences on specifics remain. J. Haldon, Production, Distribution, and Demand in the Byzantine World, ca. 660, 840, in I. L. Hansen and C.H. Wickham, The Long 8th Century, pages 225 to 64. That is found to be approximately 23% or 20%. This type of tax system depended on a cadastre, which was brought up to date every 30 years. The village community was an important unit for skull purposes. The land of each peasant household was registered, and the total skull value formed the basis for estimating the quantity of money owed by the village, which was collectively responsible for its payment. Peasants paid other taxes as well. A personal tax, originally levied on males, was introduced in the 660s. It subsequently became a household tax. In its developed form, it was estimated on the basis of the productive capacity of the household, represented by its head. The kapnikin was calculated as 1/24 of the skull worth of the peasant. Other taxes, on domestic animals, bees, and so on, were also collected, as well as relatively limited taxes for the administration of the skull system. Peasants were subject to state corvées for defense, road building, bridge construction, and fortifications. On the other hand, significant categories enjoyed a limited tax exemption. The most important such category consisted of the peasant households that were responsible for military service, the peasant soldiers who have been credited with the survival and expansion of the Byzantine state. The part of their land which was considered necessary for the discharge of their military obligations was inalienable, and they were relieved of secondary taxes and corvées. Such peasant soldiers may have existed since the late 7th century. 21. During much of this period, the state insisted on the payment of taxes in cash, and specifically in gold. In 769, the Emperor Constantine V asked that the base tax be paid in cash, a measure that resulted in a glut of agricultural products on the marketplaces and discontent on the part of the farmers. While it is possible, indeed probable, that this reform was not immediately all-inclusive, it is perfectly clear that the tax system was almost entirely monetised by the 10th century. 22. This necessarily brought about a degree of monetization in the countryside. Although monetization that is due to fiscal exigencies is always shallow, it is an important feature of the countryside as well as an important factor in its development. Its importance is indicated by the fact that when the province of Bulgaria, which had been annexed in 1118 and been allowed to pay its taxes in kind, was forced in the 1140s to make the payments in cash, a revolt ensued. 23. The state also taxed commercial transactions. The tax was called commercion, a term that appears in the late 8th century, and was, according to later sources, a 10% ad valorem tax on transactions at fairs and markets. Merchandise entering Constantinople, a special commercial zone, paid the commercion at the entry points, at Abydos and higher on. 24. Unfortunately, it is not possible to estimate the importance of the commercion for state revenues in the period under consideration. The tax system, as organized by the late 8th century, was supervised by a competent civil service based in Constantinople, although the registering of the population and the land was done locally, as was the collection of taxes. On the whole, it was well administered in this period. Tax farming was very limited, tax increases were not excessive, and the administration made an effort to be seen to be fair. These aspects of the system began to change in the middle of the 10th century, when territorial expansion necessitated great expenses, tax farming with abusive collection, tax increases, and arbitrary taxation eroded the system and changed it by the first half of the 11th century. 25. In the period under discussion, the state redistributed a large portion of its revenues through the payment of salaries to civil, military, and ecclesiastical officials, through investments in infrastructures and through expenditures for military campaigns or gifts, whether voluntary or forced, to foreign rulers. Salaries were the largest annual expenditure. In part, they were financed through the sale of offices. A number of administrative posts and honorific titles could be purchased, for the lifetime of the holder. This represented a considerable investment on the part of the title holder, especially since he never recovered the capital. He did get an annual salary which amounted to 2.5 to 3.5% of the original sum, or again in the case of high titles, 5.55 to 8.33%. But the majority of salaries were pure expenditure on the part of the state. High officials received their salaries from the hand of the emperor, once a year, in gold and silk garments. Laiou Prand of Cremona has left an unforgettable description of the scene at the palace on Palm Sunday of the year 950. Soldiers were paid in cash only once every 4 years, when they went on campaign outside their province. The expenditures involved in non-economic exchange, primarily in gifts and disguised tribute, could be enormous. Those sent to foreign rulers included gold coins, high-quality silks and works of art made of gold, silver and precious stones, as well as luxury manuscripts. Arab sources discuss such gifts in loving detail. The Emperor Theophilos is said to have sent the Caliph Al-Mamun a gift of 1,000 centenaria of gold, while Leo VI is reported to have sent to the governor of Azerbaijan and Armenia purple brocade garments, each worth 2,000 dinars, and a bejeweled gold girdle worth 10,000 dinars. 26 military campaigns, however, were much more expensive. In the 10th century, 2 campaigns against Muslim-held Crete cost 234, 732 and 127, 122 gold coins respectively. Diplomacy was much cheaper than war, but the Byzantines were at war for most of the period. In the 10th century these wars, being mostly successful, repaid their expenses through the increase of territory and the influx of booty. When Basil II died in 1025, he is said to have left in the imperial treasury 14.4 million gold coins. This, of course, represents money taken out of circulation, which is not so good for the economy. The Byzantine state was poor in the 8th century and very rich indeed in the 10th. Its economic role went beyond mere wealth and was more than skill. The state functioned as a force of economic integration in other ways. In macroeconomic terms, it provided the framework for the functioning of the economy as a whole, thus making it possible for us to speak of the Byzantine economy, that is, the economy of a unit that was contained within the borders of the state. To be sure, all production was local, and distribution could take place locally or within regions. But the institutional framework was the same everywhere, and economic integration was a function of institutions on the one hand and, on the other, of the existence of a very large administrative center that was also a center of production and consumption, that is, the capital city, Constantinople. First of all, the fact that the state retained the monopoly of issuing coinage and that the coinage it issued was the same throughout the empire not only is prima facie evidence of the existence of a large economic sphere, it is also a factor that helps create this sphere. A unique coinage also reduces the transaction costs of businessmen and merchants, since it makes irrelevant the costs associated with currency exchange. The state had a monopoly of issuing legislation which, in theory, was valid throughout the empire. Certain modifications must be made to this statement, to the extent that Constantinople was, in some respects, an economic unit within a unit, so that special conditions existed. For example, the guild system such as we know it in Constantinople was not necessarily the same throughout the empire, while it appears that in the 10th century imperial legislation limiting the acquisition of land by the powerful did not apply to land within the city limits. 27 Still, this legislation was valid everywhere else, and purely economic legislation, such as that on interest rates, for example, was applicable universally. State legislation regarding exports served to create a distinction between one region, the Byzantine Empire, on the one hand, and, on the other, the foreign or international market. While there were no import prohibitions, a number of prohibitions applied to exports. The category of goods called forbidden included important alimentary products, precious metals, especially gold, strategic commodities like iron and arms, and silks of very high quality. The prohibitions were motivated not only by economic reasons but also by political ones, but they still had economic effects. Thus, while the legislation was sometimes breached, and began to become attenuated by the early 10th century, it nevertheless signals the concept, as well as the reality, of a domestic market, where goods traveled freely, as opposed to the foreign market which was subject to controls. In that sense, the state created a national market. Within the empire, the state also provided some of the material conditions necessary for economic development. Recent scholarship on Western Europe has stressed the role of security in the demographic increase and the resettlement of the countryside. This phenomenon is well studied in Latium, where the work of Pierre Toubert has shown how the encastillamento of the countryside, in the period 920 to 1030, was a major factor of the restructuring of agricultural activity. 28 There, it was private warlords who carried it out. In the Byzantine Empire, on the other hand, it was the state that slowly restored conditions of security, by creating, from the 8th century onwards, not forted villages as in Western Europe but rather refuges and networks of forted towns, most of which were walled in the course of the 9th century. 29 The cities and towns, where the army was stationed and skill services were located, provided an important focus for the countryside. A perfect example, although an extreme one, is Bithynia, important because it was situated across the straits from Constantinople. Because of the interest of the state, Bithynia did not suffer as much as the rest of the empire from the economic downturn of the 7th and 8th centuries, while recovery here started early, and is clearly visible already in the early 9th century. As the population grew, and state needs with it, local authorities intervened to lower the water level of the Lake of Nicaea, in order to make more lands available for cultivation. 30 Amorion, too, where important excavations are currently taking place, emerges not only as a city with a major military role, but also as a center of artisanal and commercial activity. Constantinople itself should be seen as part of the state's role in the economy. It was a megalopolis, with all that implies, because it was the center of government. At the time of economic retraction, it remained relatively well populated, in part because of concerted government action. Constantinople exercised a major demand role, and demand was variegated. The state, and the civil service that it engendered and which served it, created demand for services and luxury goods, feeding the industries of the capital and generating trade. The emperor himself purchased Syrian silks in the marketplace of Constantinople. Where the industries of art are concerned, 31 The pull of Constantinople was such that the provinces followed its styles and probably imported its artisans. Whether that concentrated demand delayed the development of other cities is debatable. Historians take it as axiomatic that it did, but the experience of other economies shows that such is not necessarily the case. Constantinople, with its large population, was also a great center of consumer demand for alimentary products and raw materials. In the case of alimentary products, the state had a particular interest in keeping the population adequately supplied at accessible prices, for the fear of rioting was never far away. Hence the protection of the consumer through the regulation, for example, of a maximum prot on bread, items sold in general stores, and sh. Hence also the fact of a limited but real interference of the state in the grain trade. The available evidence is ambiguous. One supposes that in the 8th century the grain trade was regulated, although not entirely. In the 9th, 10th centuries, there seems to be a mixture of government-regulated and private ships carrying grain to Constantinople. But the grain trade was not organized by the state, nor was the price of grain entering Constantinople regulated, which is why there were short-term fluctuations in its price. The state did intervene by ensuring supplies, for example, requiring the owners of grain ships in Bithynia to transport, once a year, grain for the imperial treasury. In times of crisis, when there was scarcity of grain, the emperors would have grain brought in from other parts of the empire. And they would certainly open the imperial warehouses to distribute grain and keep the price down. This, as well as imperial legislation which aimed at preventing stockpiling and proteering, doubtless had an influence on price formation. But it is important to note that as far as we know this interference was limited to Constantinople, and did not constitute true regulation. 32 Apart from the fact that it created the institutional framework for economic activity, the state also intervened to shape economic activity in Constantinople and to give a particular form to economic development throughout the empire. In 9th and 10th century Constantinople, this was done through the regulation of prots on some transactions. More generally, there was an effort to impede the accumulation of resources in the hands of individuals. Both of these subjects are much debated and complex, for they involve political, economic, and ideological factors. In Constantinople, according to the Book of the Prefect, the state imposed maximum prot rates on the sale of some commodities or on some economic activities, the retail sale of food, the prot on the resale of Bulgarian commodities, the prot realized by rich silk merchants who resold to poorer artisans are specifically mentioned, but it is possible that maximum prots were imposed on other transactions as well. The government certainly did not fix prices, since there is no evidence that the price of commodities entering Constantinople was in any way controlled. Fixing the prot margins, however, apart from its impact on the null price, also affects the way merchants conduct their business, since they cannot maximize prots by buying cheap and selling dear, they have to maximize turnover and keep their capital costs low. Their response to market fluctuations may be dampened. There is no evidence of regulated prot rates outside Constantinople, nor do they seem to apply after the 10th century. Government efforts to prevent the accumulation of resources and economic activities in the hands of individuals is, by contrast, visible everywhere. In Constantinople, they may be seen in the guild structure. The activities of guilds were overseen by the government, which also issued important regulations. Among other things, the regulations strictly delineated the activities of each guild to ensure that none could encroach upon the activities of another. Thus, both vertical and horizontal integration were impossible, and so was the creation of large enterprises that might control the manufacturing or trade of particular commodities. 33. The government did not prevent competition among members of the same guild to capture a larger market share, but regulations made it difficult for anyone to corner the market. 34. Similar is the tenor of the legislation of a number of 10th century emperors regarding the sale or donation of land by the poor or weak to the powerful, who were military, civil, or ecclesiastical officials, or monasteries, and thus could exercise both economic and non-economic pressure on peasants. The legislation was triggered by massive land sales after the Great Famine of 927–8. In a novel issued in 934, the Emperor Romanos I Lycopenos tried to reverse the situation that had resulted from the crisis and to restore, to the degree possible, the earlier patterns of land ownership. The novel envisaged various scenarios, depending on the purchase price of the land. The most interesting of these is the case in which the peasant had been forced by need to sell at a price lower than half the just value of the land. In such a case, the buyer lost the land, with no compensation at all for the price he had paid. This is a highly expansive interpretation of the law regarding the excessive damage done to the seller who sells, albeit with his full knowledge and uncoerced consent, at an excessively low price, that price being less than half the just price. The emperor's motives were undoubtedly skill in the RST instance. It remains the case that this legislation and that of subsequent emperors, if put into full effect, would have delayed a process whose origins were economic. In a period of rising population, good, productive land was at a premium, and wealthy or powerful individuals sought to accumulate it. Imperial legislation went against this trend. There are some cases in which it is known to have been implemented. Ultimately, it was unsuccessful, since the economic reasons for pressure on land continued to exist and even increased. 35. The impact of the state on the economy was much greater in the early part of this period. In fact, the state had virtually no competitors in the 8th century. As a landlord, it was by far the largest. The aristocracy does not appear as a competitor until the 9th century. Although the property of the state kept increasing through the RST part of the 11th century, as a proportion of total land holding it was very significant in the 8th century as well. It is likely, though unattested, that the products of imperial estates were marketed by state agents. And a considerable part of the economy, including the army, was, according to some interpretations, outside the market system altogether. 36. The little that is known about this early period, when the economy was still in deep decline, indicates that, although individual, professional merchants and sea captains did, indeed, exist, the state was much more important than the marketplace as an economic force. Individual wealth, such as it was, derived from state offs. Monetary circulation was limited, especially in the provinces, and thus the role of money as a factor of articulation was correspondingly lower. All of these conditions changed after the late 8th or early 9th century, as the recovery of the economy began. The state, then, played an important and complex role in the economy of this period. It did not, however, wield the deadly hand of monopoly and asphyxiating control with which it has been credited. It provided the framework, institutional and to some degree moral, in which economic activities took place. It controlled certain aspects of production, and collectively it was by far the most weighty consumer. In other words, It put in place all the material and institutional conditions in which the economy could function. Within that framework, and with the constraints already discussed, market forces operated. The land market was active. Prices were nowhere controlled. The peasants selling their wares to pay their taxes received whatever price the market would bear, and the same is true for the artisans, at least where no ceilings on plots existed. Merchants circulated with a large degree of freedom. One of the two most important commodities in the medieval economy, grain, seems to have been marketed freely after an early period, in the 7th century, when state officials probably played an important role. The other important commodity, silk, was regulated in terms of the process of production, but, except for imperial silks, its sale was in the hands of individuals. Finally, imperial decisions often depended for their implementation on acceptance by collective actors, that is, on the market. That is to say, the state had created the conditions that were necessary in a large domestic market. The extent and efficiency of the market depended on economic conditions, effective demand and the response of the productive forces. One example will serve by way of illustration. In the middle of the 10th century, the Emperor Nicephorus II issued a lightweight gold coin, the tetrarteron, weighing 22 instead of 24 carats, and issued a law ordering that it be preferred, in transactions, to the older and heavier coin. For the fisc to profit from this measure, he depended on two mechanisms. The RST was that of taxation, for he insisted that the taxes be paid in the old coin. The other, however, was the marketplace. He expected that commercial transactions would be effected using his coin only, and that he would profit from the resulting signorage. His measure may well have been due to fiscal and military reasons, as has been argued. But for its implementation it depended on the market, which behaved in ways unexpected perhaps by the emperor but fully in accordance with economic laws. The merchants passed the cost on to the consumer by raising prices, and thus the measure had inationary results. 37 Thus, the state did, in specific matters, exercise strong influence, but did not truly control the marketplace, where market forces operated. Ideology. The system described here was based on a specific ideological base. Ideology can become a factor of production, and it was so in Byzantium. Economic ideology, if one sets aside the concept that considers all economic activity unnecessary because what matters is the kingdom of heaven, revolves around the rich and multifaceted idea of justice in exchange. All medieval European societies were profoundly concerned with justice. Justice in exchange is a concept that belongs to the heirs of Aristotle. It was partly incorporated in Roman law, and was certainly adopted by the 4th century Greek fathers of the Church, notably, Saint Basil of Caesarea, who deemed justice as distributing what is equitable. When speaking of distributive and corrective justice, Aristotelian concepts both, he also wrote of the judge, whose duty was to restore equality between those who have much and those who have little, by giving to one what he takes away from another. 38 Until sometime in the 12th century, ideology was based on the implicit concept that the economy is a zero-sum game, where resources can only be redistributed. It is only in Aristotelian and legal commentaries of the 12th century that the possibility of creating value through the investment of capital appears with any clarity, in advance of similar developments in Western Europe. At the time of the profound crisis that followed the Slavic invasions and Arab conquests, the state assumed the role of the Aristotelian judge, and until the late 10th century concepts of justice are inextricably connected with equity in the specific definition of protection of the poor and weak members of society. Like the Aristotelian judge, who acted as living justice, the state aimed at correcting the inequalities that resulted from exchange. 39 The prologue to the Ecloga, the law code issued by the RST2 Isaurian emperors in 741, copies almost verbatim the words of Saint Basil regarding the duty to redistribute resources according to justice and equity. The preface to the Book of the Prefect, issued in its surviving form in 912, states that God had inscribed the law on the tablets so that the more powerful should not injure the less powerful, but that everything should be weighed by a just measure, and that the ordinances contained in this 38 pg 31, 400, and 1-5. 39 see Laiou, Koinonik Dikaiosyne, pages 105-11. 62 The Byzantine economy. Regulatory document had the same purpose. 40 The land legislation of the 10th century expressed similar ideas. These were not merely pious sentiments. The regulations regarding guilds and the land legislation are two notable examples of economic measures where ideas of equity are important, even though the measures also served skill or other purposes. Ideas of equity also underlay the concepts of just price, just value, and just prots, which were given legal or regulatory expression. Here, there was a constant tension between the moral idea of corrective justice on the one hand and, on the other, the freedom of transactions carried out between competent persons, and the resulting sanctity of contracts, established by Roman law. These principles, which returned in full with the Basilics in the early 10th century, wreaked the idea that justice in exchange derives from free negotiation, and that price formation results from this process. In the period up to the 10th century, the tension was partially resolved through an emphasis on the just price and just prot. The just price was not legislated, even the skull price of land was established through a mixture of skull estimation and the customs of the area, that is, the market value of the land. Just prot, however, meaning the margin which could be reached through negotiation, was another matter. Already in the early 9th century, the Patriarch Nikephoros of Constantinople had stated that the prot of the merchant was just if it did not exceed 10%. The regulations in the Book of the Prefects spoke of unreasonable prot, and established just prot margins for a number of commodities and transactions. It is through this means that the state carried out its role of issuing corrective justice. Thus the null price, at least in Constantinople, was formed through a mixture of market and moral principles. Furthermore, the 10th century saw an extremely expansive interpretation of the idea of laesio enormis, a clear example of corrective economic justice. Not only was it extended far beyond the original legislation in the case of land sold to the powerful by the poor, it was also implemented in the case of contracts in the building trade, where all contracts in which the builder agreed to a wage below the just wage were invalid. There is a clause in the relevant ordinance that suggests that the same held true for all commercial transactions, which would be a truly immense extension of the original legislation. 41 Similarly, interest rates, that is, the prot of capital, incorporated a non-economic concept. Since social position was a factor in the establishment of the rates, the aristocracy was obliged to ask for much lower rates than anyone else. For the concept of just price to have any meaning at all, a market and free negotiation must exist. What happened in the period through the 10th century is that the state placed limits on the results of free negotiation. It is a system static in conception, in which individual economic action is limited by the needs of society as a whole. All of this was to change in the course of the 12th century and after, although the ideas underlying it were too powerful ever to disappear. Primary production. Natural resources, loss and recovery. In Byzantium, as in Western Europe at that time, land was available at a constant marginal cost, the cost of clearing land. It is only in the 13th century that diminishing returns to labor employed in agriculture manifested themselves. But the territorial losses incurred by Byzantium in the 7th century had entailed the loss of many other natural resources, including an essential and important one, mines, notably in the northern Balkans, Armenia, and the Taurus range. But the empire fought hard for them and must have regained control of the Macedonian mines in the 9th century, of the Cappadocian and Taurus ones in the 10th, and kept control during most of the period of those in Bithynia, the Pontus, Calabria, and possibly Cyprus. Although we have little denied information on the chronology of mine exploitation, 42 metallurgical analyses of Byzantine coins prove that some quantity of newly mined gold and silver was available for striking coins and renewing the monetary stock. Whether this source of new metal was inside or outside Byzantine territory or a combination of both, is unfortunately not determined. 43 Owing to impoverishment, the smaller scale of buildings and the decline of demand for luxury materials, marble was apparently no more quarried in our period and was mainly reused. 44 Timber remained abundant in many regions: Calabria, Macedonia, Bithynia, the Pontus, Crete, Cyprus, southeastern Anatolia. Oak for the framework of ships and pine resin for caulking, together with pitch derived from heated resins or tar, were valuable assets for the Byzantinate, which developed from the late 7th century onward. 45 On the other hand, wood was already scarce in the lands of the Caliphate, and the Arabs often raided the Lycian coast in order to avail themselves of shipbuilding material. Wood hunger was certainly a compelling reason for the capture of Crete by the Arabs in the 820s. This was a welcome gain for the Arabs, added to the resources available from the ongoing condominium in Cyprus. But the territorial gains of the 10th century and recovery of the Big Islands restored completely the Byzantine edge in this matter. Agriculture, tools, techniques, and products. 46 Rural population and production remained the most important sector of the economy, and its share was probably greater than in the 6th century, at least in the 8th and 9th centuries, before slowly returning in the 10th, 11th centuries to a ratio between primary and secondary production roughly similar to that of the 6th century. The main tools, techniques of tilling, and crops were by and large the same as previously, sericulture excepted, and the most important change lay in the distribution of land, as will be seen below. The Farmer's Law, probably a practical guide for the Binet of the country judge dating to the early 8th century, 47 records the normal tools of a peasant: spade, mattock, pruning knife, sickle and axe. This list is indirectly confirmed by the chronicles, which mention the use of such tools as weapons by peasants to defend themselves, and the tools are directly attested in the growing material from rural excavations. 48 Production techniques are mainly known from indications in the Geoponica, compiled in the 10th century, combined with scattered later mentions in monastic and other documents. A 2-year rotation cycle was partly applied, and elds were given over to grazing after harvest and before plowing. Sowing legumes on part of the fallow land increased its fertility. The same result was also obtained by the well-known practice of selecting seeds. Yields, of course, varied greatly according to the quality of land and climate. In modern Greece, yields per hectare varied from c5 quintals in Chios to 9.8 in Macedonia and 11.5 in Arcadia. In the early 12th century, in the Macedonian village of Radalibos, documents suggest a minimum cereal yield of 5.1 that is around 5.3 quintals per hectare. 49 Better climatic conditions from the 9th century onward may have fostered agricultural production. It benefited also from increased security and new settlement. Cereals were cultivated in Thessaly, Thrace, Macedonia, Bithynia and the Pontus, 50, which accounts for the emperor's constant interest in the repopulation of these areas. These areas hold a dominant position in the distribution of preserved seals of Ananarioi or Horiarioi, officials in charge of imperial granaries. 51 No information is available on the relative ratio of wheat to barley. Rye and oats were apparently introduced or reintroduced later. The cultivation of legumes acquired great importance owing to their efficacy in restoring the soil and their role in everyday diet, especially that of the poor in the cities. Dry vegetables were cultivated in all peasant gardens according to saints' lives of the period and later monastic documents. In the suburbs, and even in urban gardens, they coexisted with a great variety of fresh vegetables. 52 The olive tree was cultivated in most coastal areas from southern Italy to the Peloponnese, the islands, and Bithynia or Lydia. 53 Vines must have remained ubiquitous wherever mild winters and altitude permitted their cultivation. But the quality of the wine certainly declined, and only in the 10th century do the names of a few vintages reappear, which implies wider distribution than the local trade of ordinary wines. The variety of other fruit, species adapted to temperate continental or Mediterranean climates, apple, pear, plum, quince, cherry, peach, walnut, chestnut, pomegranate, almond, pistachio etc. was a specificity of Byzantine agriculture compared to the West. Not only did fruit play a part in the peasants' diet, it was also a source of prot for farmers near great or smaller cities or for areas that could export them as dry fruits. 54 In Macedonian and southern Italian forests, the chestnut was cultivated or simply collected in the 9th century. 55 Industrial textile plants like hemp and axe, essential for the rigging and sails of ships, are documented in Thessaly, Macedonia, Thrace, and Anatolia. 56 Red dyes could be extracted from the kermes and cochineal, parasites on oak trees. Madder could be mixed with indigo to fake expensive murex purple. Sumac was a source of yellow, while various leaves, bark, acorn cups, and roots would serve for tanning and dyeing leather. 57 The mulberry, whose leaves feed silkworms, could grow in many regions and must have spread in this period. Oikonomides plotted the diffusion of sericulture by connecting it to the distribution of seals of Kimmerkierioi into Anatolia in the 7th and 8th centuries. 58 From the 9th century onward, reference to the Peloponnese as Morea and the well-known report on the Cydonia and other precious textiles given to Basili in 880 by the widow Daenlis, a great landowner with possessions near Patras. 59 Point to mulberry cultivation being widespread in the region. The importance of a well and apparently long-established silk industry in 10th century Constantinople speaks for the availability of indigenous, Byzantine raw silk. When the transformation of the cocoon into silk yarn was undertaken in the producing regions, it constituted a labor-intensive and prot-yielding activity. But the presence of Syrian merchants selling raw silk in Constantinople in the 10th century points to a shortage of material in Byzantium. 60 On untilled wasteland as well, American Samoa on fertile meadows, cattle raising was widely practiced on a varying scale. Every village needed to raise a few oxen for plowing or transport, as well as donkeys, sheep for wool and meat, and other animals, such as cows, goats, pigs, and poultry for provisioning and trading. Bithynia is known to have provided Constantinople with animals for slaughter in the 10th century. 61 On great domains such as those in Cappadocia, the imperial stud farms raised horses of all types, from expensive war or riding horses to pack horses and other pack animals for the imperial baggage train, which was described in the treatises on imperial expeditions. 62 But the organization of these stud farms is not known. In spite of its exaggerations, the life of Philaretos hints at the importance of herds on a big private estate of the late 8th century. The saint is supposed to have owned 600 cows, 200 oxen, 800 horses, 80 mules and pack horses, and 12,000 sheep. 63 Philaretos' domain, a possible forerunner of many other aristocratic estates in 10th century Anatolia, leads us to consider the relationship between villages and estates in the rural economy of this period. Landlords and peasants, village versus estate. The 8th and 9th centuries and part of the 10th are generally described as dominated by village communities consisting of peasant landowners, who were collectively responsible for paying taxes to the state. 64 It is the skull roll that primarily deans the Byzantine rural community. In terms of settlement, these were grouped habitations, characteristic of Mediterranean landscapes to the 20th century, and certainly constituted the dominant form of both settlement and land use. Only from the late 10th century onward did the creation of many hamlets on their outskirts modify this pattern. The functioning of the early medieval village community is described in the Farmer's Law. 65 The status of the peasant had improved over that of the colonist, certainly because of the scarcity of manpower. He could move and sell his products freely, and owned or possessed land which he could alienate or exchange with no restrictions. The availability of land explains the fact that uncultivated land, whether long deserted or recently abandoned, could be either put to common use, or divided among the members of the village community. The law alludes specifically to land clearance. However, social relations between the members of the village were less pacific and egalitarian than some scholars want them to be. A few slaves were employed as shepherds and are mentioned later on estates, but the sources do not reveal any more of their role. 66 peasants would also leave the village and its school obligations and go elsewhere. 67 Some are mentioned as working a lessor's land on a sharecropping basis of 1/10. 68 This ratio apparently implies that the lessee met the school obligations. But it is not certain that this 1/10 rate always applied, and later contracts show a higher gur of 1/4 in the 11th century. 69 One may ask whether this could be due to the demographic increase and to a less favorable situation of rural manpower in the later period. 70 The estate does not feature in the farmer's law but had by no means disappeared. In the 8th and 9th centuries the state and the church were already maintaining or developing their property. Nicephorus I restored to the imperial curatoria the management of lands he had confiscated from religious institutions richly endowed by Irene. 71 The correspondence of Ignatius the deacon shows the economic power of the metropolitan see of Nicaea in the 820s, its dependent peasants, its harvests that had to be protected from the claims of the authorities of the Opsiction, and the relationship of the nearby metropolitan see of Nicomedia with the imperial domains. At the same time, in the 9th century, the romanced life of Saint Philaretos can be taken as offering an example of extended private property and exploitation on the Anatolian plateau. Even if it is exaggerated, the mention of his original wealth in Paphlagonia 72 must have conveyed some impression of reality to the contemporary audience. Progressively, provincial military commanders were able to accumulate land, especially in frontier or insecure zones. Great military families already held large estates in the east, the Malinoi, Argyroi and Phocades in Cappadocia, the Scalroi near Melitene, the Ducai in Paphlagonia, the Melissanoi near Dorylaeon. 73 That the trend was a general one is confirmed by the 10th century imperial legislation limiting the acquisition of land by the powerful. 74 This accelerated in the next century, as will be seen in Chapter 4, where we discuss the economic implications of the shift to estates from the landowning, tax-paying peasant who was prevalent till sometime in the 10th century. Secondary production. As opposed to most of Western Europe in the same period, 75 secondary production in 8th, 10th century Byzantium was, in our opinion, predominantly urban and will be examined in this context. There is virtually no evidence that production might form part of a domanial economy. 76 This is not to say that villages, estates, and the countryside were entirely devoid of specialized craftsmen, notably blacksmiths or coppersmiths, indispensable for mending tools or shoeing animals, or potters making coarse ceramic for everyday use in storage. 77 Cooking, eating and lighting. 78 But this activity did not reach the importance it attained in the later period. And, as always, peasants would build or maintain their houses themselves while their wives would spin, weave and sew clothes, make simple pots or tan the skins of slaughtered animals. 79 Following the transformation of the medieval Byzantine cities, demand had reached a nadir in the early 8th century, but did not disappear and recovered slowly before expanding steadily in the 10th century. It was met by supply from traditional crafts which evolved but had never been interrupted. They operated under the supervision of the state and in the framework of stable institutions. We will consider these crafts and their context RST before turning to the production of the capital and the provincial cities. Although a few texts give important information on the subject, mainly for Constantinople, the study both of manufacture and of cities is hampered by the limited nature of archaeological evidence. While parts of a number of cities have been excavated, the excavations usually encompass only a small segment of the medieval site. Unfortunately, this is the case with the major production centers like Constantinople, Thessaloniki, Thebes, and Corinth. 80 rescue excavations connected with the Athens subway system have yielded quantities of material which await study and publication. Urban economy, actors and institutions. Taxation, prod, and market regulations have already been considered above in their general economic implications. The focus here is on the mechanisms of the urban economy and relations between its various actors, craftsmen, traders and their customers, the elite and the people, and the state representatives dealing with economic matters. Craftsmen and traders were organized in corporations following Justinian's law, repeated in the Basilics. They were subject to the Eparch of Constantinople. We know them primarily in Constantinople. In the 8th, 9th centuries, only a few mentions of them survive. 81 We have detailed information from the Book of the Prefect issued in 912, but incorporating 9th century regulations. It applies to Constantinople only. 82. The state regarded the guilds as an instrument of control and skill apportionment. But these guilds acted principally as representatives of their members, providing mutual help and controlling admission of new members in the koinotes, as well as training the apprentices. Membership was granted to the craftsmen or to persons responsible for the ergasteria, even to slaves guaranteed by their masters. The internal organization of guilds and state control over them were varied and depended partly on the relevance of each trade to public concerns. Most had selected leaders of their own supervised by an official of the prefecture, but a few apparently fell under the direct authority of the eparch. Specific rules aimed at ensuring fair conditions of trade and relative competition, the quality of the products and the protection of the buyers. Weights and measures were, as in the 6th century, controlled by the eparch. It was forbidden for guild members to participate in two trades at the same time, to poach a competitor's employee, or to hoard staples like grocery items, while fraud was prosecuted. Not all trades are mentioned in the Book of the Prefect, which is not a comprehensive law. It deals only with the trades pertaining to items of high value or strategic products of interest to the state and nance, or pertaining to common products and services for daily life. Although they are mentioned in the text, builders do not seem to have belonged to a guild. 83 The Book of the Prefect also lists bankers ahead of money changers, artisans, and merchants, which points to their higher status. They worked and traded in precious metals, gems, and objects which they were allowed to purchase from private persons. Very probably, as in late antiquity, they were also involved in pawning and lending. Funding and credit were certainly available from other sources. Credit was available to some extent, in spite of the variations of legislation over time. 84 The nancing of trade and industry was facilitated by partnerships which Byzantine law regulated. Since at least the 8th century a form of business partnership, attested in both the Ecloga and the Rhodian Sea law, was available. It resembled the later Italian commenda or colleganza, both in its unilateral form and the bilateral form where both partners contribute funds and one of the two also contributes his labor. The partners shared the profits and losses proportionately, whereas in maritime loans the creditor was not a partner and, if the voyage did not end well, could not recover his capital, hence the higher rate of interest for this risky loan. 85 This highly important innovation was clearly a major advantage for the Byzantine traders before the developments of the so-called commercial revolution in the West in the 11th century. Urban economy, production. Cities with a reduced population now relied on their immediate hinterland, from one to a few days' walk or sailing, for their provisioning, and on themselves for the satisfaction of elementary demand for manufactured objects, while some primary staples like wine and oil could be processed, and gardening and intensive fishing could be practiced within or near their walls. 86 More elaborate needs in most instances had to be served by imports from further field. Constantinople, on which we are better informed, was much ahead of the provincial cities with a high level of artisanal and commercial specialization. Its craftsmen not only could respond to basic demand for goods and services, as in most provincial towns, some highly skilled ones made luxury and rend wares in imperial or private workshops, which were sought in the whole empire and beyond, even before the 10th century. The concentration of elite demand in the capital had stimulated these industries of art. 87 They demonstrated a technical advance in comparison to the West, a level of know-how going back to uninterrupted ancient Eastern tradition, which compares with that of the Muslim world. This situation contrasts with that in the West where decline in technique and fall of craft and manufacturing, except in isolated sites like Rome, is undeniable. 88 Imperial workshops, the late Roman tradition which reserved to the emperor the use of precious materials like gems, gold, and above all purple silks, was still in force. Owing to the political and prestige role of these sumptuary objects, given to high officials or foreign potentates, their production was still either controlled or carried out in imperial workshops. Most of the early Byzantine workshops for arms, dyeing or weaving which provided arms and textiles for the army and the court all over the empire disappeared in the 7th century crisis. The official production of special textiles and jewelry, as of coins 89 and arms, was now reduced in scope and concentrated in the capital inside, or near, the palace, since it was an imperial monopoly. The state arsenals feature in a number of texts and seals of our period. Like the mint, they were directed by an official, who reported to the logothete of Idikon, but private industry was also resorted to for equipping the army. Imperial workshops for textiles and goldsmithing are mentioned sporadically in 8th, 10th century sources. 90 pottery was made in a large number of cities. The downsizing of its manufacture explains why the old interdiction of location intramuros was no longer respected. By far the commonest type of NDS consists of coarse wares, that is, unglazed pottery, whose geographic distribution was more limited than that of glazed wares, and is not yet fully understood. 91 Contrasting with earlier decorated NE wares imitating silverware, a new regionalized production of a more functional and non-decorative character emerged which dominated poorer markets, Sicilian ware, the various mono-red glazed potteries of early medieval Italy produced in several centers, not necessarily urban, 92 or the possibly Middle Byzantine red micaceous water jars. 93 The pottery that has been most studied, however, is glazed pottery, consisting essentially of tableware, like the Constantinople glazed whiteware, identified in the Saracen excavations. Starting from the 7th century it replaced the earlier red slip tableware, but its diffusion in the 8th century was limited. 94 In fact, glazed pottery was not necessarily a luxury item, there are gradations in its quality as well as differences in decoration, which make it particularly useful for any effort to establish both the type of demand and the commercialization of production. 95 The second major center of production was Corinth. Glazed pottery was made here from at least the end of the 7th century. Kilns and wasters found in the excavations at Amorion now prove that a red glazed ware was being produced locally before 838. 96 Glazed pottery of the very early period has also been found in Samos, Thassos, Crete, Cyprus, Sardis, and Mauryan, and Italy, but it is not entirely certain that all of these resulted from local production. 97 A special type of very high-quality pottery consists of a subcategory of glazed whiteware, the polychrome ware of Constantinople, brightly painted polychrome ceramics in any white clay used for icons, architectural decorations, and revetments for the templon screens of churches. They were produced in Constantinople and Nicomedia, or, possibly, Nicaea, and date from the mid-9th to the mid-12th century, with the highest concentration around the year 1000. Elite demand of the highest order may have been at the very origins of these polychrome wares. It has been suggested that these were introduced from Baghdad around 830 as a fashion novelty at imperial level. 98 Production required craftsmen of the highest skills. Polychrome ware has been found in many and disparate places, suggesting commercialized diffusion. It has been found also, although in very small quantities, in out-of-the-way places, such as Crete and Sparta, in the 10th century, signaling elite demand there. 99 Polychrome ceramics were also manufactured in a few places outside the Constantinople area and outside the Byzantine Empire. They were status items that stimulated elite demand and imitative production outside the frontiers of the empire. In Bulgaria, Preslav, Padalina, and Tuzla-Laka produced polychrome wares. It is possible that they were manufactured by Constantinopolitan artisans. Preslav was the capital of Tsar Simeon, whose greatest desire was to become Byzantine emperor, and it is likely that the Preslav production is associated with imperial dreams. 100. Glassmaking was apparently more common than hitherto assumed, as archaeological evidence from Amorion and Corinth begins to indicate. Middle Byzantine mosaic decoration is in itself proof of the continuous production of colored glass, and it is now known that there was, indeed, glass production in Constantinople in the 9th, 10th centuries, where the miracles of Saint Fatine cite a glass smelting workshop located near the Strait Jun. 101 The 10th century mythological dark red glass bowl, gilded and enameled in various colors, from the treasure of San Marco is an example of the exceptional craftsmanship of the imperial artisans. 102 Glass served not only for tableware but also for window panels and of course mosaics. The Byzantines would sometimes export their renowned mosaicists or their precious materials. Nicephorus II gave 40 loads of tesserae to the Caliph al-Hakim II for the great mosque of Cordoba. 103 Sometimes, lack of precious glass tesserae obliged the craftsman to resort to ersatz colors or stone cubes or spoliation of earlier mosaics. Anyway, together with ivories, cameos, enamels, gold and silver objects like those preserved in the treasure of San Marco or the famous golden plane tree, with singing birds, and a moving throne and Pantapyrgon of Theophilos described in several texts. 104 They displayed the glory of Byzantium and its ability to produce high value-added objects, with no equivalent in the Christian world of the time. Metalwork and leatherwork copper workers produced both items for daily life like nails, especially for shoeing horses, cauldrons, locks and keys etc. Their molds for the production of ordinary bronze jewelry, and their tools and artifacts, as well as those of iron workers/blacksmiths have been found in many sites from the Balkans to the Euphrates. These artisans were active in many cities, for example, in Constantinople near the church of Chalkopratia, which had taken its name from them in the early period. 105 Leather workers, known in the capital from texts, were also active in the provinces where remains of tanneries are usually found outside the city enclosure, as at Amorion. Common textiles could be imported but were also produced in cities, as the mention of those who produce linen in the city in the book of the prefect proves. Textile industry. The importance of the textile industry is highlighted by the book of the prefect, which provides much information on the organization of the silk industry of Constantinople, even though scholars disagree on details. In the 10th century, two pivotal guilds were involved in the manufacturing of silk cloth, RST, the Metaxopratai, who bought, as a cartel, raw silk or cocoons, and sold these on to the Catarterioi who dressed them, then bought the silk yarn back from the Catarterioi and sold it to the Metaxarioi. The latter formed the second pivotal guild since they wove the silk, dyed it and cut it. They were in charge of the most important and lucrative part of the production process, and the one which necessitated the heaviest investment. It is possible and indeed probable that members of the Constantinopolitan aristocracy invested in this part of the process, but their involvement was in no way a monopoly. Gilbert Dagrin has argued that the guild of the Metaxarioi would have been able to dominate the industry, except that, in the highly controlled environment of the silk industry in 10th century Constantinople, they could neither purchase raw materials nor sell the niched product except to the silk cloth merchants. 106. The demand for silk cloth ran along a spectrum, since a number of different varieties of silk existed. 107 The highest quality silks, purple in hue and often dyed with the expensive porphyra, extracted from the mollusk murex, were for a long time restricted to the needs of the imperial court. In the 10th century, they seem to have been manufactured primarily by the imperial workshops, which, however, did not fulfill all of the needs of the imperial court. When the emperor set out on campaign, he also bought silks in the marketplace, as eventual gifts to lesser potentates. It is clear from the book of the prefect that silks were also produced in private workshops. But their sale and export was tightly controlled, and a distinction was made between the kikolimena 108 prohibited to outsiders and other garments which could be sold under the eparchis supervision provided the price of the garment did not exceed 10 nomismata. 109 In the 10th century, it is clear that the increase in urban demand and economic expansion were fostering secondary production in cities at all levels, although we are relatively better informed on luxury ones. A variety of trades, shops, and open-air stands would cater to the needs of all classes of the population. Bakeries, and likewise taverns and groceries would be situated throughout the city in larger centers like Constantinople. Medina may have been closer to the trading places or harbors. 110 other services were available more easily in a big city where more people could afford their prices or wealthy patrons subsidized them. 111 It is clear that there was by that. 107 There is a vast bibliography on their nature and nomenclature, see Muthasius. EHB 1 pages 158 to 65, with references to her studies in Byzantine weaving and to Haldon, 3 treatises, commentary on the different denominations of silks according to their dyes or weaving. Some names in the Book of Ceremonies allude to iconographic motives. 108 Egoun Akion Kai Porphyrian Megaloslan. 109 R.S. Lopez, Silk Industry in the Byzantine Empire, Speculum pages 20. 20 to 42, Repair. In idem, Byzantium and the world around it, Art. 2 110 M. Mundel Mango, The Commercial Map of Constantinople, 54 Dominican pesos. 189 to 99. See also P. Magdaleno, The Maritime Neighborhoods of Constantinople, Commercial and Residential Functions, 6th to 12th centuries, 54 Dominican pesos, pages 209 to 26. 111 G. Moniatis, The Personal Services Market in Byzantium, Byzantion 74. Pages 25 to 50. 80 The Byzantine Economy. Period. A sufficient degree of specialization and division of labor to fuel an articulated exchange system. Exchange and trade. Though fragmentary, there is evidence in the mainly literary sources for merchants and marketplaces, a proof in itself of the persistence of this activity throughout the period. Merchants, called emporoi or nokolroi, sometimes pragmachutai, were not the only agents, often churchmen and occasionally members of the aristocracy engaged in commerce. So did officials, notably when it came to provisioning the cities, and craftsmen or peasants could sell directly the production of their shops or farming lots. The combination of imperial office and mercantile activity may be seen in the activities of the Komerkiarioi. It has been hypothesized by Enoeconomides that these state officials were authorized to carry out trade in silk and other goods. 112 Part of the demonstration relies on the established relation between these customs officials and the control of the silk trade in the 7th century when a Komerkiarius was called Lord of the Silk Cloth, and the 9th century when the new general Komerkiarius is also often Lord of the Purple, implying that they had the monopoly of trade in silk. His arguments have not been universally accepted and a great debate ensued. 113 The responsibilities of the merchants and shipmasters are described in the Rhodian Sea Law, which documents both common staples carried in bulk and valuable items, and shows the merchants holding cash and contracts. 114 Foreign traders were allowed in Constantinople, but their residence and activities were limited. The Rus were RST prohibited from residing within the city walls, then quartered near St. Mamas. Muslims were assigned to a special mitaton near the Golden Horn. Foreign traders were not allowed to stay for more than 3 months. Markets trade took place either in permanent shops lining a main street, or in temporary stalls in marketplaces, still called agora, without the ancient political function, and also in free open spaces outside city walls. The latter location was usual for periodic markets, often annual fairs which took place on the feast day of the city's patron saint, as in Thessalonic or Ephesos. The fairs declined in number with deurbanization in the 7th century, but some did continue. There is evidence for other such fairs in Nicomedia, Trebizond, Euclida, Chona, Myra, Carax, i.e. Parthenius in Paphlagonia, 115 catering for regional and interregional, indeed international trade. The number of local or regional fairs increased from the late 10th century onward. 116. Local and regional exchanges. By local exchange we understand here short distances under 50 km on the land route Oregon, a day's sailing in small ships, that involved direct exchange between producers and customers. Regional exchange would extend over larger areas and would involve transactions on a larger scale. Some of the ancient roads had been abandoned in favor of shorter, more direct trails, reacting a shift from carts to smaller pack animals like donkeys or mules. The state took pains to maintain bridges and ensure communications for military considerations, which also benefited the economy. Here again, evidence can be found in the Book of the Prefect and other texts for regional trade. The capital's market received cattle driven overland from Bithynia or Paphlagonia. Thessalonica in the 9th and 10th centuries got wares and staples from Bulgarian and Slavic areas or from Thessaly, which arrived along the river routes, or by sea and land. Trade in Thessalonica involved wheat, woolen textiles, metalwork, and glass, and brought to the city much wealth in gold, silver, and silk. 117. Other centers of trade appear in the sources, Sparta and Thebes, which developed from the 9th century probably in connection with local sericulture, Demetrias in Thessaly, Preslav in Bulgaria, Deviltos, Cherson, Amastris, and Trebizond on the Black Sea. These cities traded not only with their immediate hinterland, as Nikitas Paphlagon relates of people living south of Amastris and ocking to the city as to a common emporion, but also with much more remote destinations, like Attalia, port of call on the route between Alexandria and Constantinople. 118. Interregional and long-distance trade. Except for valuable items like spices or silks which traveled easily on the land routes, most of Byzantine interregional and long-distance trade was maritime. Merchant ships were smaller in size and built more economically than in the past. A shift from the traditional plank RST-oriented manner to the skeleton, frame RST model, occurred sometime in the 6th, 7th centuries. The 9th century shipwreck from Bosberon and the Circe Lyman shipwreck were built this way. 119. However, the cost of construction involved an important investment, applying the Rhodian cile rate of 50 nomismata per c modios, 120 gives them a value of £6 of gold, half the amount of the forced loan imposed on Nokilroi by Nikephoros I. 121. Their performance capabilities were rather low, their speed varying between 2 and 4 knots on average depending on the winds. Their water-carrying capacity was limited. Under these constraints, ships would in most cases make coastal runs and inter-island hops of a few days, putting into beaches and ports for supplies and overnight stops. 122. This port-to-port sailing applied to both interregional and long-distance trade which took place on trunk routes. The military ships to which the state devoted much effort and money from the 7th century onward for the defense of the empire against the Arabs, were quite different. The dromenes were oar-powered vessels, with 2 masts and sails that had only an auxiliary function. They improved on the Roman tradition and became long biremes of around 32 meters with 100 oarsmen on average and up to 230 in some cases, armed with the siphon in order to spray Greek re. In favorable conditions, they would sail at some 3 to 4 knots, exceptionally 7 knots. 123 thousands of horses were transported in maritime expeditions to Crete in 949 and 960, but probably not more than a dozen or so per ship. 124. The existence of specialized warships, a creation of the 7th century, at a time when the West had no such distinction, is a testimony to the advanced level of the Byzantine navy. Warships could sometimes accommodate traders carrying only limited and valuable wares. Only a few examples can be given here of complex relations in which naturally Constantinople played a central, pivotal role, symbolized by the description of its lively port by Maciudi. Schematically speaking, the capital was related to the Black Sea on the one hand, and on the other to the Aegean, and from there either to Syria or Egypt or to the west, Italy, and further. 125. However, commerce was not only center-oriented, direct interregional exchanges took place between Bithynia and the Pontus, or Cynida in Phrygia and Attaleia in Lydia, or between the northern and southern coasts of the Black Sea. In the Black Sea, trade linked Byzantium with the steppes and Central Asia, through several successive partners such as the Khazars and the Russian 126. Two main outlets were involved. One was Trebizond, where spices and textiles arrived from northern Syria or Central Asia. In the 10th century, Ibn Hawkal reports that its commercian yielded 72,000 numismata annually. The second was Cherson, which exported its salt sh and amphoras to the north, or Crimean wine to Dalmatia and Southwest Asia Minor. It also acted as an intermediary in the export of Byzantine luxury objects and in imports from the Caucasian Silk Route, on which Russian archaeology is bringing much new information. 127 The Rus, RST involved in trade in furs, swords, and slaves mostly with the Islamic world through Khazaria, turned in the 10th century to direct trade with Constantinople. They also raided the city several times, which explains the restrictive clauses in the treaties of 911 and 944. Commerce on the Aegean route to the west had reached a low ebb in the 770s and regained importance in the 10th century when the Venetians, who had already developed their relations on the Dalmatian coast, engaged in commerce with Egypt and Constantinople, as did the Amiltans. In 968, Liutprand of Cremona mentions both cities as exporting silk to Italy, illegally. Unfortunately, it is difficult to distinguish clearly between Byzantine and Arab products among the pieces surviving in the West. In any case, their number had increased already in the late 9th century. 128 Since these developments are the early signs of the new orientation of trade and routes related to the Fatimid conquest of Egypt in 969, and further Fatimid expansion in the 11th century, they are considered in the next chapter. But one must mention here that Byzantine traders were not sedentary, expecting goods to be brought to them in the capital, but were active in the outside world. 129 Byzantine exports are mentioned in Arab literature of the 10th century. 130 The balance of this trade may have been positive for the empire. Monetary developments. Naturally, in the above outline, coins and money have been constantly mentioned. As a major instrument of economic activity, they deserve the brief special treatment that follows, which will outline an evolution reacting that of the general economy. 131 The 7th century crisis affected also the coinage. The alloy and weight of the gold denominations were slightly reduced in the 680s, the issues of silver coins, limited to special distribution issues in the 6th century, which had resumed with the creation of the hexagram in 616, soon declined again from 675 onward, while the copper coinage underwent a constant decline in weight and value. Its badly and hastily struck, often overstruck, pieces showing the inationary context of their production. Several causes contributed to this transformation, among them a difference in the silver-gold ratio between Byzantium and the Caliphate, and the loss of control over the gold and silver mines in the Balkans and in eastern Anatolia. This was corrected by the Isaurians with the creation of a new silver coin, the Milurizion, which competed with, even partly copied, the Arab dirham, being a thin and large coin with a religious inscription around the cross on one side, and the name of the emperors, not their portrait as before, on the other. It replaced the fractions of the gold coin which disappeared in the 8th century, served as the intermediary coin for mid-value exchanges, and lasted until the 11th century, varying in value between 1/12 and 1/14 of the gold unit. The divisions of the copper coin progressively disappeared as well. Therefore the monetary system of the 8th, 10th centuries resulted in a simplified structure with one denomination per metal, the gold nomisma with an average high purity of 97% or the silver Milurizion with a more irregular nanos varying between 98% and 83% or 132 and the copper phallus. This last coin underwent important changes in weight, which the lack of textual sources prevent us from contextualizing properly. At least it is clear that Michael II and Theophilos stabilized it for a long period. This unit of everyday exchanges was valued at 1/24 of the milliaresion and the milliaresion at 1/12 of the nomisma. A major restructuring of the mint organization had also taken place in the 7th century. The old Diocletianic pattern implied in the 6th century that gold was issued in the capital and in the prefectures of Thessalonica, Rome, later, Ravenna, and Carthage, and bronze in the same cities as well as in the diocesan capitals. They were supplemented by a few others for special regions or for temporary, military purposes. This hierarchized and regionalized scheme was disrupted in the Balkans and in the East by the Slavic and Persian conics and nearly dismantled between 627 and 695 when Nicomedia, Kyzikos, Thessalonic, Constantia, and Cherson successively ceased striking. In the 8th century minting for the eastern provinces, from the Balkans to Asia Minor, was centralized in Constantinople. In the West, the regional mints which survived, or had been created to cope with local needs, were increasingly autonomous, and diverged more and more from the metropolitan standards until they disappeared. Lack of support from the capital and decrease of skill resources left them to their own devices. Gold and smaller denominations were now issued in very limited quantities, except in Sicily. Gold was more and more debased, following a pattern which also affected the Lombard coinages of Tuscany and Benevento in the same period. In Sicily, this evolution is related to the political context. The fall of gold nanas from 97% or before 695 to 70 to 80% in 695, c. 710 coincides with the creation of the theme of Sicily in 695, while the stabilization at 82% or from the 720s to 820 certainly results from the skill reforms of Leo III and the confiscation of the papal domains in the island. The aggravated alteration under Theophilos and Michael III wreaks the impoverishment of the island due to the Arab raids. 133 in Rome, debasement affected gold as well as the little silver coins with the emperor's effigy and the monogram. Of the popes, which were replaced by denarii in Carolingian style in 796. 134 The loss of most Italian possessions, except for Calabria and part of Apulia, resulted in a near-complete centralization of imperial mints from the 9th century onward. Following the creation of new themes, the two provincial mints at Cherson and Thessalonic resumed activity under Theophilos. Cherson issued cast bronze coins of peculiar fabric and limited local circulation from 842 to 989, Thessalonic was active only in the 9th century. Coin NDS prove that Constantinople was in fact able to provide the provinces from reconquered Apulia to the Danubian or the eastern provinces with the necessary circulating medium. We have, however, no information on the concrete means of cash transportation other than scattered mentions of sums from tax collecting or intended for military pay being robbed or seized by enemies or rebels. Coin hoards together with random or excavation coin NDS give some information on the monetization of the Byzantine economy. The decrease in the number of gold coin hoards from around 95 in the 6th and 7th centuries to only 11 in the period 700 to 850 is more than proportional to Byzantium's territorial losses. It wreaks the impoverishment of the period. They contain fewer coins on average, which also points to diminished wealth. The chronology of copper coins found in excavations has long served as an illustration of the general collapse of coin circulation in the 8th and early 9th centuries. The annual frequency index, obtained by dividing the number of bronze coins discovered and arranged in phases by the number of years for each of them, shows a general dramatic decrease in the period 668 to 829 or 886 on most sites. 135 It reveals in any case the limited influx of newly minted currency into the circulating medium, which consisted now of a majority of old and worn coins. In a few important cities or in better favored regions, the decrease was not as severe. Constantinople, Sicily, Calabria, Amorion, or Albania and Bithynia to a lesser extent, received a significant quantity of new coins in the 8th and 9th centuries. Ongoing research will certainly increase evidence in this direction. 136 As stated above, Taxation and the fact that the government had managed to keep sizable cash revenues, go far to explaining the resilience of the empire and of its economy. It is nonetheless clear that many inland areas in the 8th, 9th centuries were marginally or little monetized. Things change from the 830s in relation to the increase in population, rural and urban settlement and production. In Athens and Corinth the annual growth of the index of coins found is respectively 1 and 4%, leading to a fourfold or sevenfold increase in 969 versus 820, in Sparta it is 4 times more in 867 to 969 than in 829 to 67. Recent studies show the penetration of coinage in rural areas, as in the Peloponnese, Apulia, or southern Dobruja and northwestern Bulgaria, while the shorter span of coin hoards suggest a higher velocity of circulation. 137 This implied an increase in the number of coins struck which concerned not only copper coins, whose issues burst out in the 980s with the so-called anonymous foals, but also gold coins. The numbers issued show a clear increase starting from the 950s, as the estimates of the original number of dies drawn from the exemplary statistical analysis of a sample of 600 numismata of the period demonstrate. 138 At the same time the alloy of the numisma began to drift from the 97% average of the 9th century to 95% in 920 to 69, 94% in 969 to 76, and even 92. 1% in 977 to 1001. This creeping devaluation was carried out by simply abstaining from reaming the newly mined gold available to the treasury and made possible a slight increase in the money supply, in the order of some 0.2% annually. The failed attempt by Nikephoros Touphakis to impose the circulation of his lightweight numisma tetarteron must be considered in this context of the growing financial needs of the state. 139 At the same time, the economic expansion led to an increase of monetized transactions which prevented debasement from having the negative impact that would happen later, in the second half of the 11th century, as we will see in the next chapter. Conclusion. In this period, Byzantium had a mixed economy, characterized by the coexistence of state regulation and a market-based economy. The role of the state was heavier in the beginning of the period. As the economic situation improved, its role was tempered, although it was still much more significant than it would be in the future. There was a well-functioning state economy, but market mechanisms were also in place. It is precisely because the economy was mixed that it had the possibility of evolving. The system that we see in its clearest form in the early 10th century had underwritten the beginnings of economic recovery and the slow and measured expansion that began in the late 8th century, and is visible in all sectors by the 10th. The situation, however, had contradictions, and the system was under stress. Already in the 10th century the pressures are evident. Rich and powerful people strain to accumulate landed resources, while the limitations on trade begin to come up against the demands of opening markets. The Emperor Leo VI, the same one who redacted the regulatory book of the prefect, also issued a novel permitting the sale of small pieces of highest quality purple silk to private individuals, thus lifting the prohibition, so that they may acquire a measure of dignity. 140 It is a rst dent in the restrictive export policy, which would collapse by the 12th century. Already in the second half of the 10th century, illicit exports of highest quality silks to Western Europe seem to have been common. The economic system was evolving into one where the role of market forces in economic integration would be on the ascendant. The reign of Basil II spans the 10th and 11th centuries. The emperor himself stands as a Janus between two economic systems. In his persecution of the powerful and the protection of the poor he is the apex of the 10th century tradition. But in many other ways his policies are the harbinger of a new era, and will be discussed in the next chapter. The age of accelerated growth. There is no question that the Byzantine economy experienced secular growth in the period after the late 8th century. What is argued in this chapter is that growth accelerated over a period which extended from sometime in the 10th century until a point that varies considerably for the various sectors of the economy as well as in terms of the factors that influence growth. The demographic upward swing continued until sometime in the early or mid-14th century. 1. The rural population was in a Malthusian bind by the late 13th early 14th century, as the land constraint appears to have been reached. Diminishing returns set in and, as a result, the economic condition of the population worsened. 2. The urban economy reached its heights in the 12th century, and the economy of exchange, which certainly attained high levels in the 12th century, functioned under significantly different terms in the period after the fall of Constantinople to the Crusaders in 1204. That there was extensive growth in this period is quite clear. The question will also be raised whether one may also speak of what de Laiou has called a Smithian intensive growth, with a secular increase in the per capita income that, however, in the long run comes up against the land constraint and diminishing returns set in. 3. Demography. In examining the growth patterns of the age of accelerated growth, one must, once again, begin with demography and population movements, for a number of reasons. In a pre-industrial economy that is heavily agricultural, labor constitutes a very important factor of production. Land is useless without labor. Bringing underexploited or unexploited land into production requires, in the RST instance, a sufficient labor force. 4. It has further been argued that where there is evidence of population rise in a given economy, extensive economic growth, that is, an increase in production sufficient to maintain the population at subsistence levels, may be predicated. In that sense, population growth is in itself an indicator of increased production, though not necessarily of increased productivity. 5. Finally, our argument here is that, although trade and exchange were the dynamic factors in the economy, increase in agricultural production was essential, as making possible both product differentiation and differentiation in economic activity, and agricultural production, in the conditions outlined here, depended on an adequate supply of labor. The idea that the demographic growth which had started in the late 8th century persisted and intensified in the 11th and 12th centuries, despite inevitable chronological and geographic fluctuations, has become generally accepted over the last 40 years or so. Earlier, some scholars had argued that the Byzantine Empire had suffered a demographic decline in the 10th century, or at some point in the 11th, whether early or late. 7. The relatively recent consensus on a sustained and long-term demographic growth is based on archaeological, scientific, and documentary evidence. The political disasters of the late 11th century, with the loss of the Anatolian plateau to the Seljuk Turks, were not sufficient to reverse the overall trend, since that part of the empire was less well populated than the coastlands and the Balkan provinces. The areas that remained were constituent parts of a cohesive state and economy. Both archaeology and archival documents allow us to plot the increase in settlements and population in this period. In Bulgaria, after the annexation of the territory by the Byzantines, there was dense reoccupation of the countryside south of the Hemus Mountains. In Byzantine southern Italy, there was a population explosion in Calabria in the 11th century. In southwestern Boeotia, archaeological evidence points to an increase in settlements and expansion of cultivation in the course of the 12th, 14th centuries as well as during the Frankish conquest. The land register of Thebes, which dates to the second half of the 11th century, shows evidence of increase in the skull units, that is, households, together with a reduction in the size of plots and intensification of land exploitation. 8. In Macedonia, the demographic curve continued to grow until, by the 13th century, the shepherds and woodcutters of the area were looking for new pastures and places to cut wood. In the late 13th century even the hillsides were partly occupied, and the medieval expansion had reached its limits. 9. The very considerable expansion in the number and size of cities and towns in the 11th and 12th centuries is also an indicator of the rise in population. The fact that clearance of new lands and the expansion of settlement in the countryside coincides chronologically with the rise in urbanization and urban population makes it certain that there was no net transfer of population from countryside to town but, rather, an overall population increase. It is virtually impossible to aggregate from the scattered data and give a RM number to the overall population. Wildly different estimates have been offered by different scholars. My own estimate, which is also speculative, and is based on the generalization of sporadic information regarding the density of settlement, is for about 19 million in c. 1025, and also for the late 12th century, despite territorial contraction. 10 In pre-industrial societies, the population tends to increase unless there are catastrophic interventions, or a rise in the death rate due to a decline in the standard of living, or a conscious limitation of the birth rate, which is a socially determined decision. In other words, the population will rise in the absence of factors affecting it negatively. We have discussed in the previous chapter the beneficial effects of the cessation of the post-Justinianic outbreaks of the plague in the second half of the 8th century. Pechenegs were settled in the southern part of Serbia in the middle of the 11th century. 15 In the east, ever since the Byzantine reconquest of Cilicia and until 1071, there was an influx of Syrian Jacobites into northern Syria, Cilicia, Byzantine Mesopotamia, and the interior of Asia Minor. Armenian immigration, continuous since the early 10th century, increased in the later part of the century and became massive after 1071. Cappadocia was particularly affected. Jews also migrated into Byzantine territory from Muslim lands in the late 10th and 11th centuries. 16 Thus, despite the ups and downs, the demographic balance in the Byzantine possessions is certain to have been positive, with some major local exceptions. Finally, the upward demographic curve is doubtless linked to the more general economic growth in a virtuous cycle, whereby a greater population encourages production, specialization, and exchange and is in turn favorably impacted by them. Primary production. Agricultural activity and mechanisms. Agricultural activity took place in an economic environment marked by greater urbanization and increased exchange activity. It must be examined in terms of a number of important parameters, affecting both the level of production and the impact of demand, in their dialectical relationship. We will examine the specificities of agricultural production during this period, the crops produced, the technological improvements and the institutional framework. 17 Intimately connected with this is the level and structure of both domestic and foreign demand for agricultural products. 4. Once the basic subsistence needs have been met, as well as the more extensive foodstuff needs of the elite, or of the non-producing but land-owning parts of the population, there would be no need to increase production except in order to meet heightened commercial demand. Moreover, part of the production of the countryside always constituted objects of exchange. 18 Trade in agricultural products, therefore, is an essential component in the growth of agricultural production. Specific to the period is the territorial contraction of the Byzantine state in Asia Minor and southern Italy. What was lost to the Seljuks was the plateau, which was primarily pastoral. In the earlier periods it had been an important source of cattle for the capital, and also of horses. 19 Southern Italy also was a stock-raising area. The loss of these provinces meant increased reliance on Thrace, Bulgaria, and Macedonia, and, to a lesser degree, Serbia, as sources of meat and horseradish. 20 Large-scale animal raising and horse breeding was practiced on large estates, and also by specialized transhumant populations, the Vlachs of both Byzantium and Serbia. The remaining Byzantine territories included areas of heavy cereal production, as well as along Aegean and Mediterranean coastland, and also islands, with high production of olive oil and wine. 21 All regions produced grain and some sort of fat, most produced wine, in all legumes were cultivated, all raised some animals, most had beekeeping. In the period under discussion, some significant amount of crop specialization is evident, quite apart from that encouraged by geographic and climatic conditions. Literary sources of the 12th century. including the poems of Tokaprodromos, which mention varieties of cheeses and wines available in Constantinople. 22 make the case. In a well-known passage, the Archbishop of Athens, Michael Akominatos, complained to the emperor about the burden imposed on the provinces by the demands of the capital city, inadvertently confirming the product specialization of various regions. What do you lack? Are not the wheat-bearing plains of Macedonia, Thrace, and Thessaly farmed for your sake? Are not the grapes of Euboea, Tullian, Chios, and Rhodes pressed for you? Are not your garments woven by our Theban and Corinthian engers? Do not all the rivers of goods run toward the imperial city as if to the sea? 23 Cereal cultivation was, and remained, essential, even if in terms of market value cash crops were more profitable. In the 11th and 12th centuries, wheat and barley were the most important crops. Sporadic information does not permit us to establish with any certainty the proportion of the two grains. Geography, and the fertility of the soil, must have played an important role. Barley is a hardier grain than wheat. 24 Spring wheat, sown in February or March, was an important part of the crop rotation, and is mentioned both in the 11th and the 12th centuries. Innovations in cereal crops may well belong to our period. Rye appears for the RST time in a late 13th century document. Oats, presumably as fodder for horses, appear in the 12th and 13th century sources. Millet was also cultivated, apparently in small quantities. 25 It has been said that Byzantine agriculture suffered, especially in comparison to Western medieval agriculture, from a lack of technological innovation. 26 However, this negative assessment is in part misdirected and in part inaccurate. Technological stagnation is argued primarily on two grounds: the non-adoption of the heavy plough, as in Western Europe, and the absence of large-scale irrigation projects as in the Islamic world during the Abbasid period. To the RST point, it has been objected convincingly that the traditional sole art is more appropriate than the heavy plough to the light, dry soils of the eastern Mediterranean regions, where a heavy plough might be disastrous. 27 As to irrigation, while there are no immense, state-funded projects in the Byzantine Empire, some large proprietors, such as the monastery of Lavra, did indeed carry out significant irrigation projects, as did, to a lesser extent, other estate owners, while the peasants also dug canals, for the construction of mills and possibly also for irrigation. Thus, the emphasis in recent literature is not on why the Byzantines did not adopt techniques used in Western European or Islamic countries, but rather on the fact that the tools and techniques they did use were well adapted to their environment. 28 Backwardness or stagnation has also been argued with regard to an important capital investment, mills. 29 Hand mills, animal-drawn mills, water mills, and windmills were all used in Byzantium. Water mills and windmills require an initial outlay of capital, but after that the only running cost is labor. In the farmer's law, water mills are erected by peasants. 30 In the 11th, 12th centuries, references to mills proliferate. While this may be due in part to the accidental nature of our sources, it may also indicate the spread of this labor-saving and profitable capital good in the period under discussion. This puts to rest yet another myth about the technological stagnation of Byzantine agriculture as opposed to the supposed technological revolution in Western Europe. 31 While most of the mills mentioned. 27 See also above, p. 31. 28 Harvey, expansion pages 122 ff. In any case, the great state-sponsored Islamic irrigation projects belong mostly to the early period and, besides, the agricultural system they served and promoted, with its excessive specialization, has been judged extremely fragile. The decline of agriculture began already in the 10th century. E. Ashter, A Social and Economic History of the Near East in the Middle Ages, pages 45 ff. A. M. Watson, Agricultural Innovation in the Early Islamic World, The Diffusion of Crops and Farming Techniques, 700 to 1100, pages 103 to 11, 139 ff. 29 On mills in Western Europe. C.J. Langdon, Mills in the Medieval Economy. 30 See also above, p. 31, on Late Antiquity. 31 P. Tubert, Byzantium and the Mediterranean Agrarian Civilization, EHB 1. p. 382. 100 The Byzantine Economy. In the sources belong to estate owners, peasants, too, continued to construct mills, since there was not, in the Byzantine countryside, a domanial structure that would force peasants to use the landlord's milling facilities, thus guaranteeing him a monopoly. 32 Windmills are attested more rarely. It is, however, certain that they were known and used in the Byzantine Empire. Documentary evidence attests their existence in Macedonia and Lemnos in the 14th and 15th centuries and in Rhodes in the mid-13th century, before its conquest by the Hospitallers. 33 There was, therefore, some innovation in Byzantine agriculture in the 11th and 12th centuries, but it was certainly not in the nature of anything resembling an agricultural revolution, a term which, in any case, is now not applied to Western Europe either. If there were no major technological innovations, what can account for increased agricultural production and productivity? It might be argued that increased production was a simple factor of the population increase. But there must have been increased productivity as well. The number of people who were not involved in agricultural labor but had to be fed had increased owing to urbanization. Not only are no famines attested in the 12th century, there was even some export of agricultural commodities. 34 The rise in productivity is attributable to two factors, one social, but with economic causes and consequences among which the increased exploitation of the peasantry must be entertained, and one economic with social impact, institutional changes and the impact of the market. The two are closely connected. Landlords and peasants, production and investment. The major institutional change that took place over a period that extends from the 10th to the 12th century is the shift from the village community of landowning, tax-paying peasants, prevalent in the earlier period, to the estate, cultivated by rent-paying peasants, that progressively dominated the countryside. Free landowning peasants who paid taxes to the state continued to exist until the end of the Byzantine Empire, but they were no longer dominant. This is a major shift, that implicates the relations of the state, the peasants, and the great landlords, and it changed the nature of the state as well as of the economy, after the 10th century. By the late 11th century the estate had become an important institutional form in the organization of the countryside. 35 The estate, more or less large, cultivated by tenant farmers, became the structuring feature of the countryside. Estates belonged in the RST instance to the state and the church and to individual large or medium-large landowners. The village retained a certain cohesion. In economic terms, there was probably cooperation among peasants who shared oxen or agricultural implements, or who cleared land together or constructed mills. There was also a degree of social cohesion manifested in the presence of the RST men of the village elders, the proestoi, kritones, protodroi who mediated disputes and represented the village in its relations with outsiders. 36 The process of the growth of the large estate must be sought in the land hunger of the dynatoi, the powerful civil, ecclesiastical, and military officials who, by virtue of their office as well as the economic benefits conferred by it, were in a position to exploit weaker members of society, the penates, that is, primarily the peasants. 37 The land hunger became evident in the 10th century, when the process was already underway. If there was a sustained population rise, as we have argued here, then necessarily the value of land relative to the other factors of production would increase, explaining in economic terms the desire of powerful people to expand their landed holdings. This they achieved RST by the purchase of the lands of small holders and then, in the 11th century and after, by the acquisition of lands through donation by the state itself, whether in full or in conditional tenure. It is quite clear that landlords, starting with the state, were well aware of the increased producibility of land. Basil II, the emperor best known, in terms of agrarian policy, for his extraordinary measures aimed at stemming the increase of private estates, is also the emperor who, more than anyone else, promoted the creation of vast imperial estates, cultivated by tenant farmers and sometimes, until the early 11th century, exploited directly through the use of slaves. 38 Among other measures, he took over the exploitation of lands left vacant for a period of 30 years, instead of ceding them on favorable terms to the neighbors of the original owners, as had been the practice in the 10th century. He furthermore tried to limit the potential rights of long-term tenants to the usufruct of the land they leased, by moving them frequently. The Byzantine state continued such practices in the 11th century, at the same time setting up its own units for agricultural production in conquered territories. It did not hurt that these imperial estates had a huge turnover. 39 state and crown lands, however, decreased in the course of the 11th, 12th centuries, as a result of donations to individuals or institutions. 40 While earlier generations of scholars saw nothing but gloom and decline, social, political and economic, in the rise of the estate, 41 Over the last decades historians have started to look more closely at the economic benefits of this development. 42 These may be summarized as follows. First, what the large estate did not do. It did not generate impressive economies of scale. To the extent that this was possible in the medieval context, the possibility was much reduced by the realities of land exploitation and the organization of production. Small-scale exploitation, that is, cultivation of the soil by peasant households cultivating small plots, rather than large-scale domanial exploitation, is typical of the Byzantine agricultural system in all periods, with the exception of imperial domains. 43 Exploitation is quite separate from land ownership, and must be differentiated from it. Whether land was owned by individual peasants or by estate owners, cultivation was primarily effected through and by the peasant smallholder, landowning cultivator, or tenant farmer. There are, to be sure, some exceptions. At the time of Basil II, possibly, some state domains were, indeed, cultivated as large-scale enterprises, and there are some well-documented cases from a later period where domanial land, cultivated with labor services, formed a considerable part of an estate. 44 Furthermore, parts of the uncultivated territory, given out to pasture or exploited for the products of wood and forest, were exploited directly. Nevertheless, the predominant form of land exploitation remained the peasant household. 45 Whereas large economies of scale were thus not possible, more modest ones were. The landlords, or their stewards, had the means to organize production more efficiently. They had teams of oxen which they made available to peasants whose own animal power was insufficient. They owned agricultural implements as well as threshing grounds and mills which served to reduce the cost of doing agricultural business. Estate owners rationalized production in other ways as well. The estate steward, a gur prominent in the 11th century and after, represented the owner in the countryside, and oversaw projects of land improvement as well as the more humdrum aspects of production. Estate accounting, quite sophisticated in the 11th century, gave the landlords an accurate and detailed view of their affairs, and would be helpful in guiding their decisions. Landlords, many of them educated men, took both a learned and a practical interest in agronomy and in the good management of their estates. 46 The most important contribution of the estate owners may well lie in the fact that they were one of the two principal agents who carried out the land clearance and land improvement that made it possible for Byzantine agriculture to expand its production and improve its productivity in this period. A few examples will make the point. The 11th century Eustathius Boilas, exiled to eastern Anatolia for some political misdemeanor, cleared a considerable area previously uncultivated and uninhabited with the help of slaves, whom he subsequently freed and settled on plots as tenant farmers. 47 Later in the same century, Gregory Picarianos, a Georgian aristocrat of a great family, and faithful general of Alexos I, effected improvements on the estates of the monastery he founded in Petritsos. In the late 10th century, Athanasios, the hegumenos of the monastery of Lavra on Mt. Athos, organized great land improvements, including an irrigation project. The state encouraged such activities by waiving its right to tax the increased value of the land that resulted from them. 48. The other agent of land improvement is the peasantry. What of the peasantry? It provided the labor for this agricultural expansion, to be sure. But did it prod from the increased production of wealth, or did expansion take place at the expense of the peasantry? It will be argued here that expansion took place in the context of greater exploitation of the peasantry, but also that the per capita income of the peasantry increased, or, to put it in terms that will not raise philosophical hackles, that the peasantry was better off than in earlier periods. This is certainly not a contradiction. The argument hinges on the difference between a general rise in the standard of living, which trickles down to the poorer members of society, and, at the same time, an increase in inequality that is concomitant with the accumulation of resources in the hands of relatively few individuals or institutions. In the short and medium term, the two processes can coincide. In the long term, the standard of living of the poorer people will suffer when the expansion reaches its limits. The accumulation of land meant that a large proportion of landowning smallholders became tenants on the estates. They became paroikoi, a designation usually rendered as dependent peasant, although the terms of the dependence must be clarified. This transformation is one of the social and economic developments most studied by scholars, though often in the somewhat unproductive context of a debate regarding Byzantine feudalism. 49. The great historian George Ostrogorsky is the most eminent proponent of the view that the feudalization of the Byzantine Empire reduced the peasants to the level of serfs, impoverished them, and brought about the decline of both the economy and the state. 50. It was a powerfully argued and very influential view, and, although the concept of feudalism in the Byzantine Empire has been vigorously debated, the idea that the transformation of the peasantry into tenant farmers was the result of and itself resulted in impoverishment underlies a good deal of subsequent scholarship. More recent scholarship has corrected earlier views on the status of the paroikoi. They were not tied to the soil, although the head of household and his/her heir was, indeed, obligated to cultivate the land he held. From the 11th century, they had the right to remain on the land they cultivated after 30 years had elapsed. The learned jurist who pronounced that decision said that long possession gave them quasi-proprietary rights, even though they were paying rent. 51. Eventually, the rights to the land became hereditary. Unlike the serfs of Western Europe, the paroikoi were not subject to manorial courts. Furthermore, a paroikos was not necessarily worse off than an independent farmer, much depended on individual circumstances. Finally, a fact of great significance is that, although there is, in Byzantium, legal literature that insists that paroikoi could not own and alienate landed property, in fact they did own land, vineyards, and other assets, in the 11th century to some extent, and increasingly later on. In sum, recent scholarship has tended to evaluate the economic and even the social condition of the paroikos much more favorably than in the past. The decision of peasants to sell their land and become paroikoi is seen as a rational one, since the landlords could protect them better from both the risks of bad crops or famine, and the exact ions of the tax collector, a serious risk in the 11th century, when extraordinary taxes and corvées kept increasing. At the same time, many estate owners were acquiring privileges and immunities which freed them from the obligation to pay the land tax, and their tenant farmers benefited from this exemption. As a result, it has been argued, the estate owners could essentially share with their paroikoi the benefits of tax exemption, and offer landowning peasants economic incentives to sell their lands and become tenant farmers. 52. While these are important correctives to traditional ideas, the perceived benefits of the position of tenant farmer merit further discussion. The changes of the 11th century, regarding security of tenure and ownership of property, were doubtless improvements for the rather limited number of people who, in the 9th century, for example, had been paroikoi under an older legal regime. They were certainly no improvement for those who had been landowning smallholders with full property rights and full hereditary ownership. Indeed, the positive changes surely came about because of the increasing presence of such people among the paroikoi. As for the economic results of the change of status, those seem to point to greater exploitation of the labor force, and the appropriation of a larger part of its surplus. The distribution of the value added of agricultural production changes to the peasant's detriment. The basic land tax in Byzantium was still calculated as 1/24 of the value of the land. The peasants also paid a personal tax, and there were incidental taxes which became very heavy indeed after the 1030s. The rent owed by paroikoi, when paid in cash, amounted to double the base tax the cultivator would have paid to the state if he had been a landowning peasant. 53 When the tenants worked in a sharecropping arrangement, they paid their rent in kind, but the pacton is better for purposes of comparison, since the tenant assumed the risks of cultivation as he would have done had he owned the land. J. Leffert has drawn up a theoretical model of the expenses and revenues of a farmer with a team of oxen in two different configurations, when he owned the land he cultivated, and when he was a tenant farmer. The landowning farmer would end up paying 23% of his income in taxes, the tenant farmer would pay 33% in rent. The budgetary surplus remaining in the hands of the zuguratos would, in the RST case, be 23% of his total income. In the case of tenancy, the peasant would retain 14% of his income. 54 Ceteris paribus, what holds for XED rent also holds for tax in coin when the tax burden is equal to or higher than the rent. But when it is lower than rent, as in Byzantium, then it would be in the economic interest of the peasant to own land. Therefore, in purely economic terms, the cereal cultivating peasant would be better off owning arable land than renting it, whether in a sharecropping arrangement or, a fortiori, in a XED rent agreement. Some paroikoi cultivated their land with sharecropping contracts, although we do not know how widespread this was during the period under discussion. Modern studies have noted an older perception that sharecropping is an inefficient form of cultivation because it discourages investment on the part of both landlord and tenant. To the contrary, it is arguable, and it has been argued, that sharecropping serves optimally the interests of the tenant and the landlord taken together, and that it is better than a XED rent for the peasant, since sharecropping implies risk sharing. 55 Unfortunately, we do not know how widespread sharecropping was in this period. All in all, it seems accurate to say that there was increased exploitation of the peasantry, a greater part of whose production was divided between the state and the landlords. It does not follow either that peasants were living at subsistence, let alone near starvation, levels, or that tenant farmers were worse off in the 11th century than landowning peasants were in the 9th. Leffert's calculations show that the peasant with a team of oxen had a budgetary surplus after the seed for the following year and the nutritional needs of the household had been met, more of a surplus if he were a landowner, less if he were a tenant, but nevertheless a surplus. He was, thus, in a position to invest capital in land improvement. 56. The evidence for investments by peasants is less abundant than that for landlords, in part because the main investment of the peasant was his labor, and that did not enter any sort of calculation in the pre-modern period. It must, however, be admitted and evaluated by the historian. It was the peasant who created invisible agricultural capital, by keeping up wells and irrigation troughs, or, where necessary, building the stone ledges that kept the soil in place and permitted the cultivation of tiny strips of land. He also made more visible investments in high-yield assets. The most salient examples are investments in viticulture, sericulture, and mills. Investments in vineyards and olive trees were considered land improvement. The planting and cultivation of vineyards requires little capital, it does require labor. The vine was cultivated in most parts of the Byzantine Empire, therefore, and its fruits were potentially available to a large proportion of peasants as income supplement. The cultivation of the olive tree, which is limited to areas with a temperate Mediterranean climate, generally speaking not far from the sea coast, 57 requires intensive labor during certain seasons, but little capital expenditure. Independent land-holding peasants owned vineyards, and so did tenant farmers of the 13th, 14th centuries. The sources are very limited for the 11th, 12th centuries, but it is clear that tenant farmers owned vineyards at that time, as they did both earlier and later. 58. Putting land under vine. Cultivation is an investment in the sense that wine, quite apart from filling some of the caloric needs of the peasant household, was also a cash crop par excellence. Once peasants have access to the market, a situation that, with the proliferation of urban centers, large and small, was increasingly real in the period under discussion, the cultivation of vineyards becomes a protable activity. A necessary condition for this development would be the legal right of peasants to own land, otherwise the incentive to invest would be lost. It has already been seen that the usual hysteresis of institutions in legitimizing real-life developments existed, but it is equally clear that tacitly that right was accepted. 59. This institutional acceptability is important to keep in mind. Other revenue-producing agricultural activities were undertaken by the peasants. Apiculture produced wax and honey, both marketable. Fishing, the products of animal raising, and woodcutting must have provided some revenue. 60. As for sericulture, in the 11th and 12th centuries, the cultivation of the mulberry trees and the production of raw silk became very active, responding to the increased demand of the silk industry. 61. The main areas of intensive silk cultivation and silk production were northern Syria, until it was lost in the wake of the Battle of Manzikert, the Byzantine possessions in southern Italy. 62. The Greek provinces, Boeotia, the Peloponnese, Asia Minor, perhaps Macedonia, and the islands, primarily Andros. It was a very lucrative rural business, in which the peasant household held an important position. 63. Peasants cultivated the mulberry tree and collected the cocoons, both activities that require much labor and attention. Smothering the larvae is a little more complicated. The subsequent stages of silk production need specialized care, and were most probably not carried out in the countryside. But peasants proed from the RST stage of production, despite the fact that the purchase of cocoons took place in quasi-monopsonistic conditions that normally place the seller in a disadvantageous position. 64. Finally, peasants also engaged in artisanal activities, which increased in this period and continued to increase in the 13th and 14th centuries. Rough pottery and metal objects of local manufacture have been found in the Peloponnese, where a forge was also found in Nicoria, in Jadavo and Kovačivo in Bulgaria, in the village of Paderma in Thrace, in Boeotia, and in southern Italy. 65. The metal objects of local manufacture were made of iron, whereas copper and bronze are thought to have been imported from nearby towns. There is evidence, too, of the production of domestic textiles. These objects may have been marketed, but we know nothing on the subject in this period. If one takes into account the market-oriented activities of the Byzantine peasant, the following conclusions emerge. Strictly in terms of his payments in taxes and or rent, the peasant lost from the expansion of the large estate, i.e., the level of exploitation rose. But in terms of per capita income, the 11th, 12th century peasant was better off than his 9th century counterpart, because of the fact that his cash crop producing assets were made more valuable through the impact of market enlargement. The benefits of growth would have been felt by great landlords, by the state, and by the peasantry to the degree that it had market access and that it increased the production of marketable goods. This would have counteracted the increased exploitation through the traditional means of tax and rent. By the same token, the economic power of the landlords never reached its full potential, since the accumulation of resources into their hands was partial. These conclusions run counter to ideas of peasant impoverishment as well as to the idea of a net benefit accruing to the peasant from the expansion of estates, but it appears justified by the evidence and is consistent with certain theories of pre-industrial economic growth and development, which place the emphasis on the beneficial role of the market. A few words must be said about the role of self-sufficiency, especially as it affects the peasant economy. Self-sufficiency was an ideological constant in the Byzantine Empire, as it was in other pre-industrial societies. 66. The ideological construct has been taken as an expression of reality by too many scholars. Its role in the peasant economy has been misinterpreted as the most serious restriction on economic growth. 67 The self-sufficiency of the Byzantine peasant is tied to the fact that he engaged in polyculture and polyactivity. These characteristics of Mediterranean agriculture, which last in some regions to our day, in fact allow the peasant a good deal of flexibility. Depending on circumstances, the peasant can oscillate between the bare minimum, which is survival, and the maximum, which is investment and the accumulation of wealth. Alan Harvey has stressed certain benefits of polyculture, primarily those that reduce the cultivator's risk and lead him to self-sufficiency. Polyculture reduces the risk inherent in the uncertainty of harvests from one year to the next, or, rather, the certainty that some years would be bad, for reasons of climate, locusts, plant disease, or human interference. It is efficient in terms of the use of labor, since work is spread out throughout much of the year. 68 Legumes fertilize the soil. And animals are, in a sense, a store of value and proteins. They can be slaughtered and consumed or sold in bad years. 69 Polyculture and polyactivity as practiced in the Byzantine Empire should not be taken as markers of production that is limited to self-sufficiency and auto-consumption. They very much allow for exchange, either through the surplus production of staples or through greater investment in marketable crops. Whether they do in fact lead to exchange depends on more general economic conditions. Where market conditions exist, and except in times of appalling dearth, the peasant can always sell or exchange the surplus of his differentiated production. 70 The sources make it absolutely clear that peasants did market part of their production, whether in local fairs or in other ways. 71 Polyactivity has a similar role, since the products of woodcutting, beekeeping and fishing can also lead to market. Any idea that polyculture led to a stunting of growth can only survive as part of the following chain of reasoning: the peasant, flexible in terms of cultivation and activity, and frequenting the market, hindered, by these activities, the accumulation of ever greater wealth into the hands of the estate owners. If agricultural surplus is a necessary precondition of economic growth, then the rate of growth may be reduced. However, it is not self-evident that ever greater accumulation of agricultural capital and surplus in a few hands is by itself the major factor in economic growth. The active economy of exchange in this period underlies much of the development of the rural sector. High elite demand would have stimulated the production of quality wines, quality cheeses, good smoked and, above all, silks. It might have stimulated such production even if the products circulated outside the marketplace, but this theoretical possibility, beloved by a certain school of thought, does not account for much of the circulation of goods, as will be shown below. 72 Elite demand, though, when sufficiently active, reduces the costs of doing business for all levels of transactions, and thus affects the peasant economy as well. The high level of demand, both domestic and foreign, created a considerable market for agricultural goods. This will be discussed in more detail in connection with trade. It might be useful, however, simply to list here some of the products of the countryside that circulated in significant quantities: grain, obviously, wines, raisins and nuts of various kinds, olive oil, cheeses, timber, wax, honey, raw silk, horses and cattle traveled along the routes of interregional trade. Timber, cheese, medicinal plants from Crete and Asia Minor found their way to Egypt. In the 12th century, Venetian merchants sold olive oil, grain, and other commodities both inside the Byzantine Empire and outside it. Obviously, it was not the peasants but the great landlords, with better access to the market and much more concentrated commodities to sell, who most profited from the active economy of exchange, but the peasants, too, went to market. There were three agents in the agricultural economy: the peasants, the landlords/estate owners and the state. The Byzantine state had traditionally impacted on the agricultural economy not only qua landlord but also, and especially, and particularly qua state, through its skill role, and the encouragement or discouragement of trade. In this period, it contributed in a number of ways to the fuller exploitation of land. In the 11th century, plasmatic lands were granted to monasteries and also to private individuals, such as a man named Leon Kephalas, so that they might be placed under cultivation. The improvements effected on these lands were often exempted from taxes, and landlords did not pay taxes when they established on their estates paroikoi who previously had not paid taxes to the state. 73 It has already been mentioned that paroikoi who improved land paid no taxes, or low taxes on it. Fiscal developments will be discussed in connection with the more general role of the state in the economy. 74 For agriculture, the primary effect of skull measures was that part of the added value that had been collected as tax passed into the hands of individuals or non-state institutions either through tax exemptions or through the grant of lands and privileges. Indeed, after the reign of Basil II, state actions facilitated the shift to an estate-based agrarian economy, with all the results which have already been discussed, including greater productivity and greater access to the market. In our discussion, we have emphasized the market as a structuring mechanism of the agricultural economy. This may raise some eyebrows, but it should not. A number of scholars have acknowledged the existence of a market in agricultural products in this period. 75 Here we have simply put in relief the various ways in which the existence of an active exchange economy influenced the behavior of the state, the landlords, and the peasants, orienting their economic activities. Secondary production. In this period, manufacturing and artisanal production is closely linked to the urban economy. As in the previous chapter, we will discuss specifically the production of pottery, glass, and textiles. We will then turn to the economic role of the cities, as centers of effective demand, production, distribution, and consumption, and pose again the question whether the Byzantine city was primarily parasitic, i.e. a center of consumption based on the agricultural economy, or whether production and distribution were also important activities. The link with the section on commerce is evident. Pottery. Pottery is not only an important item of production in the medieval economy, it also constitutes, along with coins, the most plentiful archaeological evidence, with multiple significance. 76 Certainly, the typology of Byzantine pottery is not as far advanced as that of ancient pottery, and the evidence it provides for production and diffusion is still limited. However, analysis has been proceeding apace in recent years, and new evidence comes to light constantly. 77 In what follows, we will discuss glazed ceramics almost exclusively. Since these were used by a very large proportion of the population, including, probably, well-off peasants, globally they had an extensive, perhaps mass, market. 78 A technological change as well as a change in decoration technique took place in the period under discussion. The RST consists of the use of stilts, tiny tripods with sharp ends on which layers of pottery rest in the kiln. The innovation RST appears in the Byzantine Empire around the year 1200, so, at the very end of the period examined here, and was commonly used subsequently. It reduces wastage, and probably facilitates the production of large numbers of pieces of pottery at one time. It may to some degree explain the greatly increased production of pottery in the RST part of the 13th century. 79 The innovation in technique consists of the use of white slip, which permits more elaborate decoration of the ceramics. 80 The area of Constantinople remains among the major centers of production throughout the period. The production of various types of glazed whiteware pottery is attested through the 12th century, although apparently the production begins to decline in the latter part of the period, and stops in the middle of the 13th century. 81. The increased imports of ceramics in the same period may signal a substitution of the objects of elite demand in ceramics. Polychrome ceramics continue until the middle of the 12th century, the highest concentration is around the year 1000. 82. The second major center of production was Corinth. Glazed pottery was made here from at least the late 7th century. Production is attested, among other things, by the archaeological evidence for kilns and the existence of wasters. Corinth produced large amounts of glazed pottery in the 11th and 12th centuries. Corinthian production is characterized by considerable variety of shapes as well as various types of decoration, slip-painted, sgrafto ware and measles ware. The pottery of the 11th century and after becomes more expensive, giving evidence of large and relatively discriminating demand. Potters created objects of high aesthetic quality, presumably responding to the needs of a clientele with the time and money to appreciate any furnishings. 83 Constantinople and Corinth are the two centers which may with certainty be associated with the production of glazed ceramics for large markets, catering to regional and interregional, indeed international trade. The pottery was widely disseminated in the Byzantine Empire, Venice, Italy, and, in the early 13th century, the Middle East. 84 However, given the state of the archaeological evidence, it cannot be excluded that there were other such centers. The evidence of the shipwreck of Elenisis/Pelagonese, of the mid-12th century, is tantalizing. It contained a large cargo of fine sgrafto ware, of very NE quality and high aesthetic value, which seem closely related to Corinthian production. 85 While it is not known with certainty where the wares were produced or where they were going, the material points to highly organized and specialized production. Indeed, this is true of all the upscale ceramics of this period. The decoration is carefully done, with original themes, suggesting the existence of large and well-organized workshops, in places such as Corinth and Constantinople and perhaps others, with artisans who specialized in decorative techniques. 86 Of great interest to the economic historian is the investigation of production in other cities and towns. As archaeological evidence mounts, so does the number of urban sites where kilns, wasters, or ceramics NDS suggests small or not so small scale production of glazed pottery. Such places include, in this period, Athens, Sparta in the Peloponnese, with diffusion to Apulia, and Larissa in Thessaly. Less secure archaeologically, but probable on other grounds, is production in Chandax, Thessalonic, Veroia, Kytros in Macedonia, Amorion, Nicaea, Phaeacia, and Sardis in Asia Minor, and Ganos. Was this production meant only for local use, including the marketing to the immediate vicinity of the cities or towns? Probably this was the case for a number of sites. However, it was clearly not all. First, one is struck by the existence, anecdotal in the 11th century, but more generalized in the 12th and 13th, of Byzantine pottery and glazed pottery in Apulia and the south of France. Of these, some seem to have been manufactured in Attica in the 11th and late 12th centuries. 88 Indeed, Athens or Attica exported ceramics to Genoa in the 12th and early 13th centuries. 89 Athens is a good candidate to emerge as a major center of production and export when more archaeological evidence is studied. Secondly, production probably continued in the city of Amorion in this period. 93rd, one is struck by the ceramics production of a city like Sardis, which was rather small at this time. In Sardis, considerable amounts of pottery have been found dating to the 12th, 14th centuries, with the heaviest concentration in the 13th century. The use of local clay indicates local production. There were also local imitations of Chinese celadone and Syrian sgrafto. 91 The combination of elements would seem to suggest that Sardis produced and disseminated at least into its hinterland, possibly elsewhere as well, some quantities of ceramics. Finally, in the Dobruja and in Cherson, there is imported Byzantine pottery, some from Constantinople but some also from Asia Minor, Greece, and other, unidentifiable places. 92 The evaluation of the existing evidence from ceramics points to the following conclusions. The volume of production increased significantly from the 10th century onwards, not only in the major centers of production but also in smaller cities and towns. The production of unglazed ceramics is connected with the storage, transport, and doubtless also the trade of agricultural products, as well as with increased demand for kitchenware. The production of glazed ceramics is connected with trade, local, regional and international. Unsurprisingly, there are hierarchies. One imagines that there were centers of production, perhaps in a household organization, where the producer might also be the seller. For local dissemination, the production of shandaks, in Crete, might well be of that kind. There are also intimations of regional dissemination, the case of Sardis, perhaps also Amorion, which was a trade center for Anatolia, as well as the nameless places which sent ceramics the Black Sea areas. The paucity of evidence in this respect is much to be regretted, since, as our colleagues who study the Western Middle Ages have pointed out, it is regional trade which, in many ways, forms the building blocks for larger commercial activity as well as, eventually, for international trade, at least in non-elite products. The production of Constantinople and Corinth, in well-organized workshops and with international diffusion, has already been discussed. We may also reach some conclusions about the structure of demand. The coexistence of local centers of production and the widespread diffusion of certain types of ceramics show the strength of domestic and foreign demand for these products, certainly an urban demand, possibly also a rural one. 93. The production of high-quality glazed ware points to a large market of relatively discriminating buyers, a relatively wealthy urban market that goes beyond the civil and military officials or the church. The emerging differentiation of styles points to the same conclusion. A fact of great significance is the export of Byzantine ceramics to the Veneto and the rest of Italy in the 11th, 12th centuries, where they partly supplanted Sicilian and Egyptian ware. They were semi-luxury objects of sorts, and catered to a demand for exotics. Techniques were also probably imported into Italy, helping to deepen the early production of sgraffito ware, especially in the Veneto. 94. This was a promising export market for Byzantine pottery. Glass. This will be dealt with in rather a summary way. 95. More than in the case of ceramics, we have differentiated production of glass objects, luxury items for a small market, architectural glass, for window panes, tiles, and tesserae used for mosaics, and glass objects for everyday use, such as lamps, cups, and other hollow vessels, small bottles, lamps or jewelry, especially beads and bracelets. There are, accordingly, 3 different markets and possibly 3 different types of production. The one-of-a-kind luxury objects which today grace the museums of Western Europe. 96 were the work of highly specialized craftsmen and were produced for a small market, the emperor, the court, high officials of all kinds. The glass panes, including stained glass, and the tesserae were made specially for buildings, including churches, probably the more important ones. The objects of everyday use can be found on almost all archaeological sites and had a mass market. Little is securely known about the centers of production of glass. It is assumed that Constantinople remained a center of production of luxury objects. The concentration of elite demand in the capital and the presence of highly skilled artisans producing other luxury items suggest that luxury glass objects were, indeed, manufactured here, but other centers may not be excluded. Archaeological evidence shows that stained window glass was manufactured in Constantinople in the 12th century. 2 groups of NDS place the production in 1124 to 1136, and 1120. The date of this glass has been much debated. The argument has been presented that the stained glass was manufactured after the Fourth Crusade, under Western Indians. Scientific analysis, however, suggests that it was made locally by Byzantine artists. 97 glass tesserae for mosaics were also produced in Constantinople according to narrative sources of the 11th century, and possibly in various other parts of the Byzantine Empire. 98 The production of tesserae can be considered quasi-industrial, since very large numbers of the tiny glass cubes are needed for wall mosaics and for mosaic icons. Loads of tesserae were the object of international trade, with Kiev, for example. 99 Architectural glass of local manufacture has been found in Sardis, Amorion, and Corinth. 100 It is also mentioned in written sources that refer to the palace and a church in Constantinople. Our knowledge of the centers of production of glass objects for everyday use is vague. Corinth is a prime candidate for the production of large quantities of such objects, of varying quality, including colored, decorated, and gold-painted ones. G.R. Davidson had identified 2 glass workshops in Corinth, dating them to the 11th-12th centuries. Subsequently, D. Whitehouse found the dating insecure, and suggested, on equally insecure grounds, that one of the workshops dated from the Frankish period, and that the artisans were Italian. 101 More recently, C.S. Lightfoot has found similarities between glass excavated in Amorian and some Corinthian production. Since Amorian was abandoned in the late 11th century, this would argue against Whitehouse's suggestion. 102 Large quantities of glass for everyday use have been found in Corinth, Sardis, Pergamon, and now Amorian. 103 There are traces of glass manufacturing in Kherson and Preslav. 104 Glass vials of the 12th century have been found in Paphos. Glass is poorly studied, and only recently have archaeologists given it much importance, especially on the lesser sites. The case of Amorian, therefore, acquires some importance. The discovery of large amounts of glass for everyday use in the city, and the existence of glass cullet, shows that the use of glass was widespread, and that there was very considerable local production of glass. A large workshop with master craftsmen who painted glass and produced a good number of bracelets has been proposed. 105 Finally, mention must be made of the Circe Limoni shipwreck. This was a Byzantine ship, perhaps built in or around Constantinople, with a mixed Greek, Bulgarian crew, which was sailing west from Syria, and sank off Rhodes, in the 1020s. It carried, among other things, 3 tons of glass cullet, as ballast. The destination must have been a Byzantine center of large-scale glass production, Corinth. 106 Conclusions on the production of glass must be tentative, and may change as the archaeological record grows and NDS are analyzed. Elite demand governed the production of luxury glass. It is also probably the case that the production of elite glass, including glass tesserae, predated the manufacturing of more mass-oriented products. If this is so, then elite demand may have spurred the demand for cheaper substitutes. The active urban construction business of the 11th-12th centuries led to the local production of architectural glass. At the same time, there was very considerable production of glass for everyday use, both locally and, most probably, at large production centers still to be securely identified. Corinth is a very likely candidate. What we clearly have, given the quantity of glass NDS, is large-scale production. It is noteworthy that even the production of some inexpensive glass items requires a high level of technical expertise. Byzantine artisans, active in the cities, produced glass objects for everyday use, and trade in the same items is an extremely strong possibility. Byzantine glass of the 11th and 12th centuries, for example, has been found in Novgorod and the Dobruja. 107 The domestic market was the urban population, possibly the rural one as well for the cheaper items that have been found on rural sites. Textiles. Any discussion of textiles in Western Europe would be focused on woolen cloth as far back as the time of the Carolingians. 108 For the Byzantine Empire, we have exiguous information regarding the production and sale of woolen cloth in this period. Doubtless woolen garments were made not only at and for the home, but also in larger units. Asia Minor was known for its woolen cloth and carpets. But the details of the organization of production and the mode of distribution escape us. 109 Silks are another matter. The production of silk textiles was an important part of the Byzantine economy. Silks were, originally, a high-status item, a status symbol as well as a store of value. However, the dissemination of silks ran the gamut between a coupon system of diffusion by imperial gift, and commercial marketing. 110 High-quality Byzantine silks, often given as gifts to foreign monarchs, survive in a number of European museums. 111 The story of second-quality silks or garments made of silk and other yarns, has to be reconstructed solely from documentary evidence. 112. As with the other major manufactured commodities, Emphasis will be placed here on the patterns of demand and the markets to which production responded, as well as the centers of production. The marketing of silk cloth will be dealt with, for the most part, in the section on trade. The demand for silk cloth was variegated, since a number of different types of silk existed. There was, that is, a very high elite demand for silks, which lasted through the 12th century. Elite demand undoubtedly affected the rest of the industry. The acquisition of this item of great symbolic value was desired by members of the upper class, but also by others. It is no accident that dowry goods included silk kerchiefs or brocade bed covers. 113 The existence of half silks, silk mixed with other yarns, shows that demand trickled down to the level of people of very moderate wealth. 114 Demand for silks of all qualities increased in the course of the 11th and 12th centuries. 115 The increased wealth of both the aristocracy and the urban population at large made it possible for more people to indulge in their desire to acquire pieces of this status commodity. There was also foreign demand, as Byzantine silks were marketed by the Venetians and Genoese in Western Europe, and by the Byzantines in Egypt. As the prohibition of the export of very high quality of silks appears to have lapsed, so the commercialization of production rose. 116 Indeed, the court demand for top-quality silks may have declined as a proportion of total demand, as is evidenced by the fact that diplomatic gifts of silk cloth were much reduced. The last big gift in silk robes to a Western potentate was that to Robert Guiscard, in 1074, although an annual gift of 40 pieces of silk seems to have been promised to the Sultan of Iconium in the late 12th century. 117 There was increased and variegated demand, then, for top-quality, imperial silks, as well as for silks of lesser quality. Production responded very satisfactorily. There is plentiful evidence of the expansion of the manufacture of silk cloth outside Constantinople, especially in the cities of Greece and the Peloponnese, but probably in other provincial centers as well. The production of half silks is notable. These were exported, but they were also, doubtless, marketed internally and could have developed into an important branch of the trade if conditions had not changed in the 13th century. 118 Constantinople remained a center of production of silk cloth, although not much is known about the details. One assumes that the private manufacture of silk, with its complex guild structure, continued until the end of the 12th century. With the Fourth Crusade, the level of demand fell and the industry was disrupted. In its place, the Empire of Nicaea began to produce silk cloth, presumably for the needs of the Byzantine court which had removed itself there. The silk industry was not restored in Constantinople after 1261, when the city became again the capital of a much reduced empire. 119 The novelty is that provincial centers proliferated in this period, and sent some of their production to Constantinople. The major silk-producing city was Thebes, closely followed by Corinth. The silk production of Thebes is well attested. Indeed, we have here the only surviving archaeological evidence of what seemed to be dye shops for textiles. The city was situated in a fertile plain where the mulberry tree could grow. It also had excellent water, used in silk production. And it was relatively close to the major source of supply of murex, the city of Athens. 120 Both men and women worked at the Theban silk factories. This is one of the rare cases in which the labor of women is specifically mentioned. They produced red samite along with other kinds of cloth. So famous were the silk weavers of Thebes and Corinth, that in 1147 the Norman king, Roger II, not only sacked these cities and took silks as loot, he also carried away to Sicily the silk workers and set them to work at the royal factories in Palermo, or so the story goes. 121 When Benjamin of Tudela went through Thebes in the early 1160s, he found Jewish silk workers among the 2,000 Jews who lived there. He writes that they were the best craftsmen in the land of the Greeks at making silk and purple garments. 122 The importance of Thebes as a major center of production of silk textiles is doubtless the main reason why the Venetians had a strong presence there. while in 1171 the Genoese wanted to get permission to buy silk cloth in Thebes as the Venetians habitually did. The city produced silks of very high quality, but also, one supposes, less valuable silk cloth. This would be natural once the initial investment in silk works had been made. Other centers of silk manufacturing in Greece include Corinth, Thessalonic, Patras, Euboea, and Andros. Silk cloth was also probably produced in Asia Minor. It must be stressed that the available information is fragmentary and fortuitous. There is no reason to believe that silk production was limited to these cities and areas. The silks were disseminated in a couple of different ways. If Benjamin of Tudela is to be believed, some of the high-quality silks were sent to Constantinople as tribute or tax. 123 But it is absolutely certain that in large part the silks were sold on the open market. The Timurian, a satirical work written around 1110, mentions that at the great fair of St. Demetrius in Thessalonic, textiles and yarns from Boeotia and the Peloponnese were sold. Documentary evidence shows that in the course of the 12th century Byzantine silks, both of good quality and cheaper stuffs, were sold in Western Europe as well as in Egypt. 124 imitations of Byzantine silks were produced in Palermo and in Egypt, a clear indication of the demand for Byzantine silks, which led to the fabrication of imitations, the way modern seamstresses might copy Parisian styles. The high demand for silks both inside the empire and in foreign markets must be responsible for the increase in production. At about the same time, around the year 1000, a more advanced hand-draw loom was introduced which made the production of some silk cloth less labor-intensive and cheaper. 125 It has been suggested that the investors in the provincial silk production, specifically that of Thebes, must have been the local archont, the landowners of the Boeotian plain, since no other group had the money to invest in the necessary infrastructure. 126 There is no reason why enterprising provincial landowners could not have invested in the silk industry, but it must be equally stressed that there is no direct evidence to that effect, and that the argument rests on conjecture. Another likely group of investors would be the merchants, who had the advantage of knowing the market, having easy access to it, and being able to buy cocoons and yarn both in the countryside and in foreign markets. Italian raw silk, at least, was used in this period. The organization of the silk industry of Constantinople in the 10th century is well known from the book of the prefect. It may provide some clues for the 12th century provincial industry. The guild of the Metexarioi, who wove the silk, dyed it and cut it, occupied a pivotal position, but the guild structure in the 10th century did not allow for vertical or horizontal integration. 127 There is no evidence that strict controls or such a guild structure existed in the provincial industry. 128 If it did not, then there would be nothing to hinder the manufacturers from selling their cloth, and the functions of manufacturer and merchant could well have fused. Merchant capital could have been invested in